everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. So welcome. Before we get started tonight, we're going to get through some quick announcements. First and foremost, we have two sponsors tonight. Number one, our fresh sponsor for the evening is the fantastic upcoming film by the fantastic, glorious Guillermo del Toro, Pacific Rim.
I got that.
Uprising.
Pacific Rim Uprising. It's going to be in theaters, Real D 3D and IMAX tomorrow, Friday, March 23rd. My wife and I, we original Gypsy Danger fans. I'm just saying, I'm going to put it out there. That's who we represent at the house.
Big fans.
I'm telling you. You can get tickets now at PacificRimTickets.com. The movie takes place 10 years after the first film. A mysterious organization has reopened the breach for the kaiju, and a Jaeger has gone rogue. It is up to John Boyega and his sweet stash. And his character Jake Pentecost to fight back and prevent humanity's extinction. It is out tomorrow.
How could you not be more badass than
23rd.
playing the son of Idris Elba?
I'm telling you, man.
Best.
I just want one of those outfits. I just want a Jaeger pilot outfit, like formed specifically to my body. Maybe
So if
with
you work
some
in the effects
enhancements.
team for Pacific Rim and have an extra suit lying around, please send them to P.O. No.
Yeah, I'll work it into the story.
And then like a little kaiju cosplay for Charlie.
Oh,
Because we were saying Charlie was what, a kaiju level -3 or something?
yeah.
Charlie.
He destroys nothing except carpets with his penis. Pacific Rim Uprising tomorrow night. Go see it because we got my tickets.
There you go. And of course, our fantastic returning sponsor for this season, our friends at D&D Beyond. For those of you who haven't checked it out, D&D Beyond, it's awesome. They allow you to do all your stuff online for your D&D campaign, your character. Sam, have something to say about
For
that.
this week's D&D Beyond spot, I wrote a hilarious skit for me and Ashley to perform together. But she's not here. So instead, I'm going to soldier on without her in the spirit of showmanship. Hey, Ashley, guess what I'm thinking right now? Well, hey, there's no need for that language. Listen, no, I was thinking how useful D&D Beyond is for tracking your stats. For instance, did you see all the new races in 5th edition? Aasimar, I hardly knew her. It would be way better if she were here. Hey, I've got one. How many turtles does it take to screw in a light bulb? Exactly. Hey guys, the promo code from last week, Invisible Wand, is still active for 25% off any purchase from the D&D Beyond store. But Ash, why don't you tell them the secret other promo code that unlocks everything on the site for free? Well, I hope they wrote that one down. Also, any Legendary Bundle owners who purchased prior to Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes can apply the same code to the new book. Actually, Mordenkainen, am I pronouncing that right? Well, I don't know why you had to bring my mom into this, but whatever. Anyway, on behalf of D&D Beyond, I'm Sam Riegel. And as always, the motto of D&D Beyond is... That's the one. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Ashley.
I don't know if it could have been better. I just think
Ashley's parts filled in a few
pretty good.
gaps.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh man, Emmy nominated, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I know, freshly Emmy nominated, Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Couple other things. One, we are saying goodbye tonight to a dear friend, our fantastic director of photography here on the program for a long time, Selena Ruth. She's moving on to much better pastures. And we give all the love and share love as well for the wonderful journey that's before. So,
Yeah.
thank you. You're amazing.
I love your tattoos.
You made Travis cry. But yeah, so good luck and super excited for you. Under Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, and you can connect your account for Amazon Prime to Twitch Prime, and for free, every month, you get to subscribe to one Twitch stream for free, which you can do for here. Every month?
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. So yeah, just if you haven't done so, check it out. It costs you nothing, and it's an extra click. Those who may have been here earlier might have seen we have the Critical Role recaps. So if you need a refresher for Campaign 2, the first 10 episodes of the new campaign in Critical Role are now available on YouTube as the Critical Role recap, hosted by our beloved Danny Carr, who is a long-time OG critter, now member of this crazy team, and the person who, if you didn't know, originated the term, is it Thursday yet? So yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that was her. That was
No.
Danny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh? Is that true?
Yeah.
That is 100% true.
100%
She
true.
put it on her resume when she applied here, and I was super appreciative of it.
Kind of hard to say no to that.
Yeah.
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 So check it out because Danny's awesome. Talks Machina, of course, is every Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. Pacific, hosted by our fantastic Brandon Dobbenferser. That's for you guys. That was for you guys. Take that gift with you. No, but seriously, Brian's awesome. Yeah, he hosts and talks about the episode that previously happened. So tune in next Tuesday to see about this episode and whoever else the guests onto it then.
I'm
Had a lot.
sorry, Matt. I'm sorry. We love you.
It's okay. It's fine.
Oh, hello.
Oh, episode 1 callback.
Sorry, spoiler, sorry.
So bold.
Liam, stop it.
So nice.
Podcast of last week's episode 10, is available for download where all fine podcasts are downloadable. So if you have friends who are in the audio-only version of the campaign or you want to listen to it while you're on your commute, it's available for download now.
Sounds so good. Much love to our auto guys. I'm just saying.
There you go. This weekend is WonderCon in Anaheim. So
Goodness gracious.
we're all going to be down there Sunday at WonderCon for our Critical Role panel in the arena. Same area as last year. Let's see if we can pack it full of critters again. So that'd be 11:30 a.m. on Sunday in the arena at WonderCon. So we hope to see you guys there. Bring some fun burning questions and be prepared for the ridiculousness of most of us, but mainly Sam.
And I'm going to be there on Saturday.
That's right. We have the
We have the Sagas of Sundry panel in room 300B at 2 p.m., I think. Somewhere in there. And then after that, we have the Women in Pop Culture panel.
And before all that, I'm going to be talking about comic books in that
Wednesday
same room
Club
at the
panel.
Wednesday Club.
Everything's happening in 300B, so if you like, you know,
so if you can meet WonderCon, come hang out.
yeah.
That's basically what we're saying.
Nice.
Awesome. And convention news, C2E2 is coming up in just a few weeks in Chicago. We're going to be there for Saturday and Sunday. That's April 7th and 8th. So make sure you get tickets. You can buy tickets at c2e2.com. We'll have signings and panels and fun stuff. So come say hello, please, if you're in the area.
Yeah.
Let's see. Issue 5, Vox Machina Origins, the comic book, is still out. If you haven't had a chance to pick it up, I recommend it. Is there any new updates to merch, Laura?
Oh, just that there's merch in there.
There you go.
The CR shirts that everybody loved, our throwback shirts.
Yeah.
Those sold out on
No.
the first night. But it's okay, you guys, because we're accepting back orders right now.
Oh.
So that's still available in the store. I know, right?
They only printed 3.
Right.
Well,
One small, one medium, one
we
large.
just didn't think anybody would buy them.
Alice and I can't sew that fast.
But letting you know that if you order them, it says it on the website, but you can check it out. It says, like they're gonna ship in like a couple weeks, depending on when they get printed again. So just know that if you order them, it's a little bit of a delay, but it's fine. You can still get it and put it in now. That way you can be sure you're getting it this time.
Cool. Thank you, Laura. Once again, our fantastic charity, 826 and 826 LA and all other 826 chapters out there. They do fantastic work with underprivileged kids and teens in creative writing. They have great classes and tutoring programs. If you have the opportunity to go ahead and donate either some money or your time, if you want to volunteer as well, highly recommended. Please look into it. They're awesome folks. So thank you guys. And let's see. Last but not least, update or quick recover or retooling that I'll be at OdaFest in Calgary, up in Canada, May 18th through the 20th, and Acon in Texas, June 7th through 10th. So come to either of those events if you can to say hello. I'd love to hang out. I believe that's it. We cruise through those as fast as we can.
Oh god, that was fast.
And without further ado, lest there are any complaints, let's jump into tonight's episode of Critical Role. Welcome back. So, last we left off, the Mighty Nine, these intrepid adventurers, had completed their task they had achieved from the King's Hall Task Board to eliminate this spider scourge that had seemingly clogged up a portion of the sewers, discovered a subtle passage into the more upper class elements of the city, managed to extract some information from an individual they had saved from the webbing there, got your reward for it, had a conversation with Ulag of the Knights of Requital, who had discussed interest in possibly bringing you in for some endeavor.
Ulag.
You had also, as the evening progressed, finished your night checking out the Evening Nip, a tavern that seemed extremely shady. Having some piss-poor ale, you had just exited the exterior of the tavern's location out into the midnight evening air of Zadash. Still a bit bruised and beaten from the battle earlier in the day, but eager to continue with what your next endeavor is. So, Mighty Nine, what would you like to do?
9.
9.
I'm tired. This was a long day. Are you guys going to keep drinking?
Well, not in that fucking place. Shit. Somewhere better.
Did we make? Are we making our way back?
Yeah, I think so.
We're going back.
You want to
Yeah.
drink at the
Let's do
leaky
it.
tap?
Or just go to sleep.
All right.
I guess we won't sleep at the fancy place tonight.
It seems like it's too much work.
Bit of a pain in the
It's a
ass.
pain in the butt.
Also, was there anything special about the room?
Nope, it was just kind of fancy.
But just a bed?
Mm-hmm.
No treats or anything?
No, there was a mini bar,
Oh,
but I think you had to pay like a lot of gold for each little thing of it, so.
Probably
Not
one of
as
those
worth it.
ones too where you pick it up and it just fucking automatically
Instantly
charges you.
yes.
Dicks.
magic.
Is
Yeah.
that a thing?
Yeah, they're little like seals, little arcane seals underneath it. You just pick it up, you try and put it back, but the seal's gone.
The greed of the crown, man.
Yep.
As the evening rainfall begins to fall a bit harder from a soft drizzle to a decent pour, you hear the distant rolling and crackling of thunder as it appears to be a storm front has slowly brought its way in as the night has progressed.
It's like we don't even have to bathe now.
I love the rain.
You know, if we're just going back, I might try and Pumat Soul. What was the name of his spot?
It was.
The Soul Asylum.
He
No,
was
that's
That could have been a cool name.
in
though.
the
Invulnerable Vagrant.
Oh yeah.
yes.
Yeah. How far away is the invulnerable vagrant?
From where you are now, just exiting the evening nip, it's maybe a 20-minute, 30-minute walk to the middle of the Pinta Market.
Is it late evening, like pre-midnight, or is it around?
It's pretty late evening. It's pushing on midnight. Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. I'll do it another day.
Should we go to sleep?
Let's go to
Yeah.
sleep.
Why not?
Sleep. Yes.
All right. You guys make your way back to the Leaky Tap, heading up to your rooms, and eventually find yourselves falling to sleep. However, the distant thunder rolls continue to kind of quake the muffled interior of the rooms you're at. The lightning strikes flashing through the rooms that have a respective window, and the heavy impacts causing you to have to wake up in the middle of the evening at times, the restless bit of sleep. A faint drip of wayward rain seems to have collected and found its way through the roof of Bo and Jester's room. And the pattering in the corner of this small building puddle causes you to frustratingly go and collect it, find something to at least keep it from making that noise throughout the evening.
Fold up a blanket and put it under there. It muffles the noise.
Okay, that's a good idea. I hate like like ticking or like repetitive noises. Like
Like-
that's so
like-
obnoxious. That exactly like that.
Or like-
yeah. That counts as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I bet that would be annoying if you didn't like it.
Yeah.
What about like
Keep it going, keep it going.
No, yeah, I mean that Same umbrella category.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you guys are having this conversation,
That's a conversation.
loosely, by definition, it
Look,
could count
we
as-
just woke up. We're real tired. Okay.
mid-wee hours of the morning, you catch a quick glance at Yasha kind of just staring out the window at the storm, kind of quietly sitting on the floor.
Jesus.
Yasha,
She kind of glances over. Yeah?
I didn't even know you were in the room with us.
You're super spooky at night, you know that.
Yeah, I get that.
You're like a little pale, so you kind of have this ghostly quality to you. I don't know
Thanks.
why I'm whispering.
Yeah, we're all awake
You're
now.
all awake now.
I sit down next to her and I show her some of my drawings to the traveler that I did before I went to bed. Look, Yasha, it's rat balloons. And I show her a little drawing I did.
They
do.
really are rat
A little rat balloons, like exploded, and then one of them like exploding with like poison coming out of it.
You see a hint of a smile at the edge of her lips, and she kind of gives a nod. That's pretty good. I could never draw.
No? Do you want me to draw you right now?
You see her she kind
do
of
it
pulls
again.
back a bit. Another flash. A nearby bolt seems to cause the sky to light up. Yasha's unfazed, and her attention kind of shifts back to the glass of the window again. Kind of a brief moment of trance-like attention before you should try to sleep.
Okay.
You all right?
She just gives a nod and sits back down, kind of closes her eyes, still sitting kind of in a meditative position on the ground.
So I draw her lit up by the lightning,
Okay.
and then I go to sleep.
Okay. Eventually, you all come to consciousness again, sore from the action of the previous day, but the daylight greets you, muddled as it is from the darkened, gray, raining skies that greet you. The thunderstorm is still passing through, and a quick glance out through the window into the main thoroughfare, you can see the streets are muddied and in some places gathered into small pools and flooded puddles. But Yasha is gone.
Maybe she was a ghost the whole time.
Maybe the lightning exploded her.
That's heavy metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she wandered out into the rain and lost her memory.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
Does that happen?
It seems possible.
I knew I didn't like the water.
She probably just took off to like handle some Yasha business, right? Though.
Probably. We should ask Molly.
Well, we'll ask Molly.
Are we still in our rooms or are we downstairs?
It's up to you guys.
Downstairs.
We go downstairs.
Yeah.
All right, so you all gather in the main area, the leaky tap.
I just came to borrow
Frittatas.
some butter. I was making something in my room.
I got Burley just to use with a ritual to bring Frumpkin back. I have enough supplies to bring Frumpkin back at one time.
Easy enough to do.
What are your hit points this time?
I'm not here. Oh, let's find out.
Yeah, I know.
That's a 3. That's pretty good.
That is better.
That's at least,
Fucking
that's
immortal.
at least 2
times.
Damn it.
Jeez. Alrighty. So as you guys gather back in the tavern downstairs, you slept in a little later. I mean, I'm pushing like 9 or 10 at this point. But it is still gray and rainy outside. You can see carts making their way through the mud, some getting stuck and having to pull through the beasts of burden, kind of trying to make their way through. The tavern interior is fairly light. There aren't a lot of people in there. A few folks that are just kind of rushing through to grab a quick bite and leaving, or having a drink in the face of a rather dreary day. But the room is yours. What do you wish to do?
I'm eating a carrot. You guys figured out.
What? Did they say they had more jobs for us to do?
I believe they said there would be more. I mean, we don't really have anything until this evening. Remember, there's that meeting that we have.
Where is the meeting?
Well, it's going to take place in the cellar.
And do we have a plan for how we're gonna? What if they're taking you downstairs to ritually sacrifice you or something?
You
Should
guys
we
are
be-
going to join this time.
We are.
We're all going.
Well, you don't all have to come if some want to stay above, but I just wanted to put the invite out there.
We were talking about a couple people kind of watching out front, right?
I
Is
will
that
keep
happening?
watch. I'm
You're gonna
really
keep
good
watch?
at keeping watch.
I will go with you, and Frumpkin will go with you.
Oh, so I'm going in
Oh.
to the belly of the beast. All right, sure. I'll disguise myself. I'll be just like Ford. They'll think it's Ford down there.
You know, I wanted to talk to you about your Ford disguise. It is just a little
Good.
obvious.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Too adorable. Honestly,
It
it's
looked
very
just
cute.
like him, only just slightly shorter.
That's the first time I've ever done that spell, so I was very impressed with myself.
I would just want to see maybe what your range was in case you wanted to, I don't know, perhaps mimic one of our other companions.
Or a total stranger would also be very, very useful.
Yes, why
Or
not?
someone from your deepest imagination.
Someone short.
See, that's too many options. Because really, you know, when you can appear to look like anything, I need to focus, you know, because if I just get lost in thinking of like, oh, what nose should I have? Bulbous or pointy or patrician nose, or you know, like that could take hours to decide.
Well, I mean, right there, patrician. I think.
Yeah, it's a hands
That's
down.
perfectly fair. Right there.
So patrician nose.
Yes. See, one problem already solved.
All right, well, what kind of eyes? What color? Blue, black, brown, green? I don't do this.
Green's pretty.
Green's great.
Green
And
is
maybe
always
just
a
one
good
of them,
option.
you know? Maybe you got a patch over the other.
All right, well,
Too many new options.
Patch is great.
a patch on one eye?
Sure.
All right, what else do I have?
Maybe you have like a cleft chin, you know?
Ooh,
Okay.
yes, butt chin. Those are
Butt
always good.
chins. Those can be
yes.
very attractive.
And give yourself red hair.
Red hair, green eyes, big patrician nose,
I
cleft
don't-
chin.
We're getting into Mr. Potato Head territory. I think maybe just a simple halfling woman,
With
you
red
know?
hair and a big patrician nose
No.
and a
And a
cleft
bald
chin.
on top and red hair on the side.
Oh yeah, very, very
Just
curly.
down here, yeah.
All right, all right.
They're pulling your leg. You know they're pulling your leg, yeah?
Overalls with polka dots and a real big bow tie and shoes bigger than you should be wearing.
I feel like you're describing a specific person.
Not at all.
Ooh, that sounds really
Just mull it
attractive.
over, add it to
All
your,
right,
you know.
all right. I'll think about that one.
You roll your mind Rolodex.
This is going to pay off at some point in the future. Yes?
Yasha's gone.
Did Yasha take off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she did that thing again.
She was staring at the storm and then she went away.
All right.
Does she sleep?
Well, yes, she sleeps.
She's a little creepy. In like a hot way, but a little creepy.
Like kind of in like a protector sort of, I felt safe when she was standing watch sort of way.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
She does that.
Yeah, she's like stone.
It's very
that woman.
mysterious.
She's good. She's just got some personal issues that she's going through.
Oh.
It's hard to
Sure.
get a bead on her because she always takes up and leaves
It takes
so
time.
often.
It takes time.
I mean, we all have personal issues.
I assure you, she's worth it. But no, she'll be back in her own time.
Seem normal.
Who? You?
All of us.
Us?
Yeah.
Very normal.
Sure.
Are you sure?
I mean, you're weird.
Thank
You
you.
already
The weird
established
one.
Yeah,
that.
no, please. Let's not start calling names.
Yes, just also you have a very nice personality, but it is a big one, so.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, just what you were just talking about
Mean it
has
like
to do.
that. He just
Does it mean
sometimes
that I'm
he's
not-
very honest with people.
It
and
did
it
seem
feels
very
like he
pointed
can-
and targeted.
Yes,
Maybe you
because I
should
was
share
speaking
some of
to
that
you,
with
Jester,
you know.
sitting in front of me.
Gotta be.
No, you don't. You made the windows. You know.
I use thaumaturgy to open all the windows like this.
They all slam open loudly.
I did that.
Wind and rain begins to suddenly pour in from the side, from the wind blowing it through. All of a sudden, everyone, the few folks that are in there, kind of freak out.
Oh, the storm is so crazy.
Thaumaturgy to close the windows, maybe. Oh.
You see, I'm having a hard time myself getting through to Caleb, so I
Yeah.
feel like and it's hard for an asshole to teach an asshole.
Sometimes having a pupil teaches you something about yourself. Just saying.
I should punch him in the face.
Give it a shot.
I'm sitting right next to you.
I was having a side conversation.
It's a small room.
This is terrifying, but I think the three most even keel normal of us should probably go to the meeting. I'm not sure that the three of us necessarily would be.
We might stand out a
Appropriate
little
company.
too much that it would be easy to recognize us as part of a meeting like that.
Sure.
I mean, you're green, but mostly you look pretty normal outside of that.
Blend.
Thanks, Jester.
Do we
Appreciate
want to
that.
switch it around then?
What do you mean?
Well, I will leave. Maybe not you go with Jester. You stay up top, and I will go to this meeting. And Frumpkin will stay with you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This works for me.
You're not going to do the cloudy eye thing when you're down in the meeting, though, right? Because I'm pretty sure that
No,
would trick
because then
people
I
out.
won't be able to hear what they are saying or know what they look like.
Yeah, good.
and
I'm just making sure.
This one said she wants to punch me in the head, so I don't want that to
If you
happen.
go all static channel on us, we might be in deep shit.
You can learn a lot of things from being punched in the face.
I have done
What do you want
that.
to do when we're supposed to be keeping watch?
I don't know. There's so many options.
No. We could find a candy store.
Is there a candy store? Is that a
Looks
thing
like
that
we
they
could
might
find
have?
one.
I mean, we do.
There are
kinda have
stores
all
that
day.
specifically sell candy.
Oh, there were in Nicodranas.
Are we talking about drugs again?
We could be. Never mind, you have a meeting to go to. The rest of us are going to have some fun.
That's not till this evening, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's like an evening you do.
Do you want to go see Enchanter Pumatso?
Yeah, I kind of do. I enjoyed his company so much last time. I feel like we got a little more coin to spend. Might be smart to stock up on, items.
Maybe we can also take the day to ask around and kind of get a little bit more of a beat on the opinions of the locals on the current political climate.
Yeah.
I have to return my key to the pillow trove.
Why?
Because I have a key to the pillow trove. They're going to keep charging me a room until I give it back.
Oh, I thought your mom was just going to pay for it or something.
It's assuming that the money shows up in time.
No, good point.
Well, I mean, yes. Eventually she will pay for it, but I don't want to waste all of the money that she sends on paying for the room, you know.
That's very smart of you, Jester.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be smarter.
All right, should we set out to our various tasks then?
You're very smart, Jester.
Thank you, Bo.
I will tag along with you again because I still
Because now you
have.
have a fancy coat.
Well, it's functional.
All right, so do you all divide into your various endeavors?
Sure. To the fancy place?
Oh. No, you go to Pumats, I think. I don't know. I just have been split up with you a lot
I'm
lately.
going to Invulnerable Vagrant. Who's
I have
going
not
with?
actually seen this Pumat, so I would love to actually take it.
Yeah, you'll love him.
He's
After
so
today-
wonderful.
You and me.
All right.
I'm coming with you
Oh,
forward.
that's 3. Do I hear 4? 4, 10, 10, 70, 4. That's my auctioneer.
Are you going?
No, I'm going with Jester to this fancy place.
Oh, you're going to the fancy place.
Yeah.
And
Four of
you're
us are going to go shopping.
Unless you want to go with your protege there.
He's going with Jester.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll go with you guys.
Oh, yeah?
Okay,
Okay, muscle.
that's our new bodyguard.
You're the muscle.
Oh,
She's
me?
the muscle. You guys are the muscle. I am not the muscle.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So as you guys divide into your 2 separate groups, scattering this side, these 3 heading over towards the Tri-Spire. The other 3 of you guys are heading towards the Pentamarket.
Can I grab my Mariner's studded leather armor out of my room and bring it with?
You may.
Okay.
Along the way, can I look for a tailor?
Sure. Go and make an investigation check.
You need a
What kind
needle
of,
and
kind of tailor are you looking for? Just a standard clothing tailor?
Fucking balls.
False tailor.
7. Just a standard, someone who can just sew me a custom coat or a cloak.
thought you were going to say it.
Or add a
Sew something
lining
up
to
'cause
it.
you're so ripped.
Something like that.
I could take you back to where I just bought this cloak yesterday. Do you want to go there?
Yeah. It won't take terribly long. I mean, it takes you a little longer, although if you're going to the same place that he's already been to, then it completely
Do they do
circumvents.
custom there?
You go and inquire, and they do custom work, but it takes a little bit of time, and it's a little pricier, as opposed to just buying one off the rack.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so it'll take about a day
Okay.
for them to finish the work on it, and it'll run you about 2 silver
Done.
if you're providing the cloak.
What?
Or you're having a custom one made. Having liner put in, or are you having a custom cloak made?
I would like to take one of their cloaks and have a blue liner put on the inside to make it reversible.
Okay, yeah. So full purchase of the cloak and that will put you about 4 silver for the full cloak. That includes the work, the lining addition, and the time you waiting for it. So
Kind of like one of those baggier kind of poncho, coats. One of
Okay.
those.
Okay, so
Bigger sleeve.
so hooded cloak in the front and the back with slits for arms to come through. Got it. Okay. So you have that ordered. That is it'll be ready by midday tomorrow. They're saying.
You, sir.
All right. You guys are going to make your way to the Penta Market. It is actually at this point in time, it is still kind of a fairly moderate downpour through the day. As you begin to come through, some of the carts are closed in the middle of the market. The ones that are a little more open that sell fresh goods or things that can be ruined by rainwater and then don't have quite as strong of a canopy. But there are some that are still open. They have kind of hooded lanterns out to draw attention towards them. You have barkers shouting out, meats, fresh meats, and trying to get your attention over there. But you guys kind of, maneuver through, making a beeline to your location until eventually you come up to the warm-looking Darkwood exterior of the Vulnerable Vagrant facility.
That was invulnerable.
It's
Invulnerable.
Oh, got it.
Is it open?
It appears to be. The doors are closed, but it is warm on the inside, and upon checking the door, it is not locked.
Nice. We go in.
All right. You step inside the interior, and you see there is one other patron who is currently in the process of looking through one of the glass cases in the far end of the room. You can see it looks to be a rather portly-looking gentleman, probably middle age or so. His hair is kind of curled and unkempt, but it kind of pulled close to his scalp. His cheeks are ruddy. It looks like the cold weather has caused him to kind of get a bit flush. And he's just in the process of glancing over. As soon as you enter, he kind of looks sidelong as to your troop as you enter and kind of just tries to mind his own business. And there across the room you can see there are two Pumat souls currently, just one of them smiling and looking out in your direction, the other one that is keeping an eye on the gentleman in the corner. The one that watches you enter just kind of gives a big grin. Why, hello there.
Good to see you again. Oh, boy, it is sure coming down outside. Wish there was a way to dry off real fast.
Well, if that's what you're asking, I would be happy to help you.
I am.
He walks on over and kind of starts just breathing heavily on you.
What does it smell like?
It's his breath is warm, and there are elements of almost like an herbal scent that immediately is overtaken with kind of a
Sour cream and onion chips.
yeah. It's not entirely unpleasant, but not pleasant either. It's just warm cow breath kind of a smell.
Yep.
You know.
Oh, I just want to pet a cow so bad right now.
We'll see what we can do.
But as he kind of just takes a deep breath on you once or twice, you feel your body kind of warm up for just a moment as he finishes the prestidigitation cantrip, and you are suddenly immediately dry.
That is much better. Thank you, Puma. That is wonderful.
It is quite literally the least I can do.
I had a question for you. We found this armor down in the sewers, and it seems to have some.
It's really pretty.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really pretty.
Have you seen this armor before?
I haven't seen that kind, no, but I like the designs on it. It's really pretty.
Yeah. The here's the thing. I spent a lot of time by the water when I was growing up, and when you live by the water, too much water theme in your design is just kind of overkill. You know, it's like the person that has the beach house and everything's just shells and water and.
Yeah, no,
lobster.
that's just a faux pas socially.
Yeah, So I feel like this has some unique properties to it. Is there a chance that I could, I don't know, in some way transfer or copy some of that onto what I'm currently wearing? I have just a little bit more intrinsic value with what I have.
Let me go ahead and have a look at it, if you wouldn't mind. There we go. That's there's a few other pieces right there. You just want to hand those over?
They're not really attached. I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. That's a
I don't know
full
if the
set.
shells fall out, so just be careful.
No, I appreciate that heads up.
Yeah.
Hey, mind helping me? And the other guy goes, oh yeah, no worries. Pardon me, sir. I'll be right back. Me, could you watch him? And the other one comes around the corner. Oh yeah, no worries. And now the third one has entered the room and is looking. This is a very strange sight for ye who has not been within the store first.
Forgot to tell you, there are multiple versions of Pumat. Apparently, the other ones are called Mimi.
The one who's in the back goes, well, we refer to each other as me, as we're all technically the same individual. But there's a Pumat Prime, but he's currently not in the main chamber. I haven't seen you around. What's your name there, fella?
Oh, hello, Molly. Hello.
Molly,
Hi.
hello to you
Pleasure.
as well.
Charmed.
Well, yeah. You see, this is the kind of massive curled hair around the somewhat pointed furred ears that curl back, and the large smile under the broad nose. Very
Attractive.
oh, it's just a pleasant, jolly individual who is massive in size. Even with a slight hunch around the shoulders and back, stands a full 7 feet probably.
It's all right. I'm going to peruse a bit.
Oh yeah, no worries. Just be wary of anything you're planning to touch over there.
Sure.
Oh, and no, you're just an adorable little friend there.
Yes, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Soul.
Yeah.
I'll let Ford finish, but I have a request as well.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take those in the order they've been received. So if you could just respectfully have a moment to yourself, there, we'll
Yes,
help you
I'll
as
just-
soon as we can. Thank you.
Well,
Turns back around and goes back to the
Hands
armor.
in your pockets, all right?
don't worry.
Okay.
As the two begin to look over, one of them is kind of inspecting the quality of the armor, while the other one closes his eyes. And as he begins to focus, you watch as this kind of faint little, it's like flash seems to emanate from the armor briefly. And he goes, oh yeah, no, that's a pretty simple enchantment right there. There are limitations based on the strength of the enchantment and how recently it's been applied to the equipment involved. But since this is a simple enchantment, it is something possible to translocate onto a similar piece of equipment. It is a bit. There is a cost to it, should you be willing to pay for the service, but we can probably do that for you. Yeah.
Is there any chance you could tell me how much it might cost?
Hold on just a second. He goes in the back room and you hear these two muffled.
He's really very nice. I mean, accommodating doesn't even begin to describe it.
Extremely accommodating.
Knowledgeable too about all sorts of things.
All of them.
Comes back in the chamber. All right, so to have this enchantment transferred over, it's only going to cost you about 80 gold pieces.
I'm sorry, a little AD 80 or 18?
80 gold pieces, as it does require some components to both harness, extract, and maintain the enchantment when it is put over to the new piece of equipment.
Right. Okay, let me think on it a bit. You had a request.
All right, we'll put a little pin in that one. You had a question there, little one.
Yes. You sold my friend a haversack before, and it has these side pouches. Can you just sell me a pouch, a little side pouch, just a little side pouchy thing?
You see, unfortunately,
Drink cozy sort of a thing?
I mean, I can sell you a pouch. It's just going to be a normal pouch. Part of the haversack enchantment there is it's an all-encompassing object. But we have others if you'd like to buy one for yourself.
Other haversacks?
Yeah.
How much were they again?
For a return customer, how much? Do they have the card still on that one?
You charged me an additional 200, but that was also giving you the glaive.
Oh.
Right, with the charge on it. Yeah, I think the total cost was a little over 1,000 gold.
Oh, I got a good discount.
Yeah,
that glaive
nice
was
glaive.
really nice.
Thanks, Glaive.
Shit.
What's a few hundred at least? I don't have the card in front of me, unfortunately. Yeah,
I have the card,
got the
but
card.
it doesn't say the cost.
Oh, it
yeah, it
does. $13.50.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm okay then. That's fine. I don't need. I just thought that they could be sort of broken up and sold in little sets.
I mean, we can look into possibly developing a small base enchantment like that. But I mean, research and development of that does take a while. You'd have to fund the endeavor. But the good news is, when it's done, you'd be the first to have an original Enchanter Pumat Soul Pocket Cozy Pouch.
How much would that endeavor cost me?
I don't know. I'll be right back. And he goes in the back room and comes back out. So Pumat Prime there says that for the process of research and development, should it be successful development of the object, it'll probably be about 2 weeks of time of enchantment, and the cost of the overall pouch will probably run you about 200, 250 gold pieces.
It's a pretty good deal compared to the.
But yeah, I just get the side pouch.
Yeah.
I don't get the full thing.
But I mean, still.
What are you gonna put in it?
So many.
Buttons.
So many things.
A lot of buttons.
A regular pouch can hold a lot of buttons.
That's true. I'll think on it. Can I ask you one more question, Pumat?
Of course.
I don't mean to pry into your personal existence, but there seems to be many of you. And was that caused by magic? Did you do that? Is that an accident? Was that a splicing thing?
The
or-
large looming figure of Pumat's soul kind of just shades over you and slowly comes down onto his knees, kind of almost this lurching monolith over your tiny goblin frame. The face gets tense for a second and then pulls back into this very warm, toothy smile and goes, "Oh, I like an inquisitive little girl," and kind of pats and rubs your head. The hand is like a giant mitt that almost encompasses your entire head.
Fucking concussion.
So if you look over there, and he points on the wall, you see what looks to be a sort of a framed symbol. It looks like 3 diamond shards that all point to the center in like almost like a flux capacitor-like design. And goes, "I'm actually an annex of the Cerberus Assembly. So I get certain favors and I do things for them. So I provide them occasionally with my capabilities and some enchanted objects. And in return, they were kind enough to provide me with, me and him.
So the Cerberus Assembly is that powerful with magic?
They're about the most powerful you find here in the Empire, yeah. So me and my brothers here, we're actually we're a simulacrum.
Oh, that's fascinating.
But, we do what we can.
And if someone were to want someone with that sort of magical power, you could not provide that, but the Cerberus Assembly could.
I guarantee with enough positive reinforcement, with enough friendship attained with certain members, like I have developed over many years of hard work and providing services, perhaps one day you too could be the fine owner of 3 other versions of your tiny self.
That's amazing. Are they a secretive group? Do they have a business card or anything? Or
Not much of a business card. They got members all over. Most of them are up in the capital, but there's one of them that runs that Hall of Erudition right over in the Tri-Spire.
Thank you. Thank you for the information.
Of course, happy to help.
You know, Pumat, I think I will take you up on that enchantment. 80 gold. It's a bit more than I was hoping to spend. I couldn't overhear you offering a bonus or an incentive for being a return customer. And I did enjoy, most recently, unfortunately, one of your healing potions. Perhaps if I purchased a healing potion and the transfer of the enchantments, we could find some sort of a deal.
Make a persuasion check.
Get it, boy. 12. It's not terrible.
I respect your candor. I see that you have a keen mind for business relationships. However, I do have to turn a profit, so I can't do much for you there. My apologies.
I understand. And the healing potions were how much again?
Those run
70 gold?
No, those were 50 gold apiece.
50 gold. Wow, I gotta work on my fucking memory. Great. I would take a healing potion and the enchantment transfer, please.
Fair enough. That'll run you 130 gold pieces. That's correct. There's your healing potion. You get your basic one right there.
Okay, thank you.
And take about an hour to transfer this here enchantment for you. So just be patient. Come back. About 60 minutes. Should be ready to go.
Yeah, I take the breastplate part of my leather armor off and leave it with you.
Oh, this is. Want us to clean it for you?
Yeah, that'd be
It's
fine.
Yes, please clean it, please.
All right. I'm gonna.
It's not that bad. You don't act like it.
It was starting to. It
Would
has
you
a,
like-
It has a brine.
Would you prefer black ice, lavender, or new leather?
New leather.
New leather it is. We'll get it right to you. Turns around.
I've been doing a perusal, by the way. Is there anything that's caught my eye in this?
Make an investigation check.
I'm gonna make an investigation check. I have. It's hard to concentrate. 13.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of things here. Many not anywhere near your price range.
Sure.
There are 3 that catch your eye that are like loosely interesting, at least between you and your allies. There is one pendant that appears to have what looks to be a darkened ivory spiral and what looks to be almost like a heart sculpture, but it's kind of roughly sculpted.
Interesting.
That is currently labeled with a fine ribbon at the bottom at 150 gold, and it states that it has the capability of. And you can almost hear it in his voice after seeing and meeting him for the short time. It's capable of ensuring that if you take too many hits, it'll help prevent you from bleeding out on your own.
Ooh, that's good.
That's a good thing.
Also, when you take a rest, you get a little bit of a bonus when healing.
All right. That's interesting.
There's one of them that's this kind of darkened, kind of orangish, amber-colored orb or marble about that big. That is 350 gold. But the ribbon attached to that one states, should someone holding this and have the capability of spinning spells one way or the other, they could probably keep one stored in this thing and release it at a later time.
I had one of those
That was a good
last
thing.
campaign.
That was a ring.
That was
Yeah.
a ring. Yeah, ring of holding. Yeah. Good stuff.
And the
good
final
stuff.
piece that I notice.
Yes, this is a really, really beautiful cloak that has a like kind of purplish blue color to it, with very, very fine edged embroidery and gold and silver that kind of just seems to naturally come out of the cloak like it's growing silver vines at the edges of it. It's a very, very fine make. This one's labeled at 800 gold. This one is the donor of this cloak would find themselves largely protected in certain ways from the elements or blows or magics or what have you.
Wow.
It's like a cloak of AC. No.
Cloak of
Cloak
protection.
resistance.
Cloak of protection.
Cloak of protection.
Yeah. Gives you some bonus.
Man, I want a ring of protection again.
The man's
Yeah, we all do.
so good.
We all do. Super squishy ass crispy tacos. right
Just
now.
kill all of Pumat's soul and come back and just rob this place.
That's a great plan.
That's an option.
I think you only have to kill the one.
Prime.
I'm
This
definitely.
conversation did not happen. Okay, by the way.
Oh, I assume.
What did we make off? What did we each make off of?
You should be
last-
tracking it in your
Oh,
D&D
sure.
Beyond
Oh, yeah,
currency.
we didn't put that in our.
I added my 100. We each got 100.
Oh.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think
so
I
it's
had
700 gold, yeah.
Okay, so I did. All right, so I can technically afford this.
Well, one of them.
I'd love to see that heart locket if you don't mind. This thing.
Did you spin them?
There's the two guys like, sorry, can't help you. We're in mid-enchantment translocation. Could you help them? The other one's like, oh, no worries, I got you. Hey there, buddy. What you looking right over there for?
Pleasure to meet you. I was looking at this this piece right here.
Oh, yeah, no, let me just pass you over a little more information about that.
Oh.
That's a parapet of wound closure.
Well,
If you're
That's
so
especially good for
interested,
you.
it both allows you to, stabilize when you hit 0 hit points. And when you're using hit dice to heal up, it's a little bit nicer.
Is this like if I'm healing him, does he get still the double hit point?
Just when it's doing hit dice.
Got to attune to it.
Wound closure. You cut yourself all the time. That would be very useful.
they tend to sort of heal themselves though. This is but this could.
Reusable.
This is quite nice. Oh yeah. You know what? I think I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to take it. I feel like I've earned something. We've had a good run of it, and I have never spent this much money on anything in my life.
Yeah, I mean, we got some good momentum right now, right? What could possibly happen?
Not gonna lie, really appreciative to have just here in a few days returning customers willing to spend fine, hard-earned gold on some finely crafted and enchanted objects.
I pass 150 gold.
An absolute pleasure. There, you say it was Molly Moop?
Just Molly to my friends. Absolutely.
Molly it is.
This is wonderful, and I'm going to add it to my other necklace. Now,
It looks incredible. It's found a place.
I feel it's right to my heart, right there.
Puma, before we go, I wanted to ask you, I know that you're an annex of the Cerberus Assembly. How do you feel about the governing parties here in town? Are you happy with the way things are run?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems to be as fine as it can be.
Right.
You know, some folks don't have as much coin as others, but there's only what can you do to really help them? You know, we do what we can, but there's a lot of dangerous things out there. We got all sorts of baddies coming over from Jorhas. We got the possible encroaching of foreign powers always looking to peek over the mountain range and try and steal some of our hard-earned materials. So I think it's good they keep us nice and safe. And I mean, I got myself a fine business too.
Yeah, I think it's great that you support the barracks. Do they come in for regular purchases every week or every month, or find themselves in your store more often than not?
And who are you referring to?
The members of the Cerberus Assembly.
Oh, no, they don't come to the store often. They usually send requests. They make orders, and I have them sent on over to either Rexentrum or the Hall if that's where they're going to be utilizing them.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you for your time.
No worries.
I think
They're a fine bunch. They do a lot of good. They keep the crown in check. They make sure there's no abuse of power. And they also have been very, very staunch supporters of helping promote learning here in the smaller, more middle to lower classes here in Zadash. So,
Oh, really? They're not as protective of certain knowledges as other parts of the government might be.
well, I mean, protective of knowledge in the sense that not everyone can be trusted with knowledge. And, you know, not gonna lie, some of the things even I know can be real dangerous in the wrong hands. So I think it's important there has to be a certain level of control. I mean, I've seen some really nutty people out there that I can't imagine what it would be like if we didn't have some sort of law and order.
But they might be a bit more open-minded to people sharing in that knowledge if they were the right type of person, say.
Could very well be. They've been very kind to me.
I'm glad to hear that. Not, Molly, you have everything you need?
Yes.
I've been like looking in the little mirror, you know, like trying to get the height right.
Did you want to bring the mirror with you?
Can I?
I was joking.
Well, that's fine. Fine. This is good. Oh yeah,
We'll probably be back in like a day.
we'll be back.
Well, we'll be here, all four of us.
All right, goodbye, Pumat's soul.
Pleasure to meet you, little goblin lady.
Please
Yeah,
give
that-
Pumas Prime our best.
I will, right now. And he goes in the back room as the other two are still focusing on your armor. As you leave, the two that are focusing just go, thank you, thank you.
Fuck.
All right, so you wait the better part of an hour, are able to retrieve your armor, and indeed, you now have the Mariner's armor enchantment on your breastplate.
Thank you for not making me stand out in the rain for an hour without the top pieces. Thank you.
Now, the three of you. What means are you attempting to enter the Tri-Spires?
We go back to the gate, right?
Yeah, you know, I had that bad time yesterday, so, but probably different guards there, and I have this cloak now, so I'm going
You
to...
look really. I'm just going to brush your hair out of your face
Yeah.
and like wipe any dirt off your face.
Oh, the
okay?
rain is already taken care
Well,
of.
I know.
most of that, yeah.
I know. Well, it's washed it off, but now I just got to get the smudges off because
Okay.
it's it's still kind of there.
Thank you.
All right.
He's good?
Well, you look sparkling clean. You look very dashing.
Okay, well,
Okay.
we'll see if the guards think so, eh?
Yes.
All right.
Just keep your cloak really tight on you, okay?
That's the idea, yeah.
You find yourselves to the exterior of the Tri-Spire, the familiar gate where you've traversed once before and failed to traverse once before. As you make your way towards the edge, you see the two guards once again step up to the center to kind of prevent entry. As they begin to walk up, you can see three other figures are exiting the district, and the guards kind of stop. Halt! Give a nod, recognizing the individuals as they walk past. They just kind of move on. They look to be fairly decently dressed. Looks to be a male and a female. Like you don't know if they're married or not. But they appear to be a couple, and it looks to be a friend of theirs off to the side. All cloaks, hoods up, very nice cloaks, thick but very well made. As the rain is still kind of coming down, they're all kind of bundled up stuff. But there is a point of recognition with the guards as they pass by. As they move beyond, the guards once again approach, like, halt!
Oh, hello again.
Hello again.
Yes, we're just making our way through the village grove. That's all.
They kind of both give a look over the two of you.
I'm all nice and buttoned up,
Buttoned
belts
up
tied,
and looking at the ground.
looking tough.
For the sake of this, go and make a persuasion check, Jester.
Oh, wow.
Okay. That was like not a lot of flourish there, but 17.
Okay.
It went back to its home.
I know it did.
All right. Come in. You guys quickly make your way through the open gates under the portcullis into the cobblestone streets of the Tri-Spire. And there, before you can see the Silken Terrace. You can see the three towers that mark the central part of Zadash. So,
You made it.
It's nice in here.
I know, right?
I know, right?
Should we ask where the smutty shop is that you want to go to?
It has a name. It is called Chastity's Nook. Yes, it's right in the name.
It's good name.
I go back to
Good
the
name.
guard and ask where the chastity's look is.
all right. So, he gives you this weird look as soon as you ask him. He's like, Actually, it's right there in the Silken Terrace, to the left of the large bakery. It's the kind of hut-looking thing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your help. You've been wonderful. Okay, bye.
Of course, he says behind you as you rush off.
What have you done?
A bakery and a porn shop. If they find a fight club, you guys are just gonna be orgasming.
To be fair, they make pornographic cakes there, so that's all right.
It's pretty great. Bringing an American Pie reference. Wow. All right, so as you enter towards the Silken Terrace, first off, the beautiful cobblestone streets before you are broken up by what looks to be small patches of small fenced-in shrubbery and flower bushes. The whole interior here is such stark contrast to the rest of the city that it is both surprising and sickening, knowing some of the harder lifestyles that exist on the outside of the walls here. You do notice there are a few large sites as you pass through here. There is one of the large towers here. You can see is part of the kind of ivory and marble structure that has large blue banners that hang down the sides. The central tower itself just fires up into the sky. This centerpiece, and you've known this because you've been here before, is known as the Zauber Spire.
Zabra?
Zauber Spire.
Zauber.
Zauberspire. Zauberspire. The Zauber Spire, it is the central piece of the Halls of Erudition campus and kind of lords over that entire section to the north side. It's the furthest tower here. There is an area that you've heard of and not been to called the Gilded Willows, which is the kind of tree-dappled residential area of the city. And it's broken up into several pieces, but you can see a lot of the tree tops, and it has this very kind of natural, almost picturesque beauty of the interior.
What was that called? What again?
The Gilded Willows, and it's kind of the broken up residential aspects of this area.
Oh, it's okay. It's Bel Air.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. There is the Triumph Chime, which is a 7-story temple and belfry that has been retrofitted as the previous. And you would know this also from learning your history lessons. I should make a history check.
Okay.
Maybe you know it.
You might not remember.
Oh, it was so good too. Almost. Did you see that?
That's that bad
history?
from last time.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
6.
6. All right, so you know, you know that it's there. You know the 3 towers are there. There's the Zauberspire, the Constellation Bridge, which is in the Gilded Willows, which is kind of a giant watchtower that overlooks the entirety of the city, and then the last bit, which is the Triumph Chime. But that's all you know about them.
Yeah, it's like Zomberspire, Constellation Bridge, and whatever the Triumph Tower is. Chime. I think it's a church or a cult or a church turned cult. I don't remember.
The Constellation Bridge sounds very pretty.
It is.
a good name.
Yeah.
So, as you continue in the direction of where you were guided, you come upon the very familiar scent of warm baked goods, both savory and sweet. It looks to be relatively crowded. You see a lot of the folks are kind of bundled up. They have large mittens on, heavy coats and cloaks, and a lot of the kind of general elite that live in this vicinity seem to have come here to gather to pick up warm goods to kind of help go against the cold rain that's now coming down upon the city. To the right of that, you can see towards the very edge of this row of various shops and market bits, there appears to be a building that is small with a thatched roof, but it looks like it's more of, for the visual aspect of it, it's made to look almost like a small country cottage. But it's plainly intentional, and it's just an aesthetic that's been placed onto it to make it look different and interesting from the rest of the...
Like a tiki bar.
Kinda, yeah, I guess you could say that. Outside you do see a sign that is written in beautiful cursive that's kind of arched over the main door that says Chastity's Nook. And even just... the doorway is slightly open, and there is a warm light from the interior. There is a glass window, and you can see there are books kind of on display there. But you already see a few people inside. It's not like packed, but it's making business. What do you guys want to do?
Just before we head that way, just out of curiosity, what is the name of the bakery that is near?
You actually can't see the name from the outside. You have to go and ask.
I go and ask. I walk into the bakery. Come, are you hungry? Do you want
I
anything?
always am hungry.
Okay, I will get us some sweets if you want.
Really?
Yeah, sure. Why not? We are flush at the moment.
All right.
Walk in.
Easy enough to ask. As you walk inside, you can see there are like a whole table that is set up with warm goods, and you see a kitchen that's constantly going, and there's maybe about 12 patrons in there right now that are in the process of eating or ordering. But it's called the meal hearth.
Hands are going to be all sticky before you handle the books.
Yeah.
Better than after.
Oh god.
But yeah, if you'd like to, you can load up on.
Yeah, what are you in the mood for? Do you want something sweet or savory?
Oh man, this bakery that we had in Nicodranes had the amazing bear claws.
Bear claws.
Yes.
Well, let's see. Excuse me, whoever's running this show.
In the midst of the chaos, you see a young man, maybe in his late teens or so, with a little bit of like a prickly chin strap beard, very short, kind of tattered brown hair. But other than that, spry, smiling. He has an apron on, and he's currently putting a small tray on the edge. Hello, yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, we're in the mood for some bear claws, the kind they have in Nicodranes. Have you heard of these? Do you have them?
I've heard we have bear claws. I don't know if we have any Nicodranes bear claws.
We'll take the bear claws, yeah?
Yes, and then we can compare and let you know.
All right. As far as I know, the only major difference is they load it up with cinnamon.
That's exactly what I was going
We
to say.
can do that.
Cinnamon, yes.
We can do that. It's all right. All right. That'll be done. How many would you like?
Probably 10 bear claws. And also, do you have any hot, freshly baked bread?
That we do as well, of course.
I will take a large loaf of hot bread, fresh out of the oven, please.
All right. You have to wait a moment.
Do that.
About 20, 25 minutes. We'll have a fresh one for you.
Well, maybe we can go shopping and come back.
Oh yeah, we'll return. We'll double back for the bear claws.
Okay.
So we'll come back for 10 of these and that hot bread.
All right. So 10 bear claws bread. You want to pay in advance?
Yeah, sure. That's no problem.
All right.
What
So
do I
for all the bear claws and the loaf of bread.
Yeah, right. I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, it's not that much.
13.50.
Run you like 3 silver.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Easy. Thank you very much.
Of course, we'll be here. See you back here in a minute.
Yes.
As soon as you kind of turn around, somebody else has already kind of pushed past you and gotten in the front. Being like, I'd like 3 of and you're just like, this place is awful.
Come on, it's too crowded in there.
Caleb, I'll buy you some porn.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay.
I lead the way to Chastity's Nook.
All right. So as you enter the small shop, the interior is beautiful and surprisingly busy. There's 5 other patrons that are currently perusing through various tomes and look to be stacks of artwork. You can see it carries many books and different types of tawdry decor like rugs, embroidered tapestries, candles, both scented and not, and you can smell oils and incense in there as well. It's this kind of mishmash of scents. It's kind of dark lit in the interior, but as soon as you enter, almost every other person in there kind of glances over their shoulder at you and kind of goes back to business. But as soon as you finish scanning the room, a voice kind of peeks up and goes, hello. You glance over and see what appears to be a human female in her 40s, kind of mousy brown hair, kind of wild and curly that goes past her shoulders, and she has like a heavy sweater on, and these big glasses that are right in front of her face. She goes, "Can I help you?"
That is a very handsome sweater you have. Is that from here in the city?
Oh, it was a gift.
I'm sorry. What is your name?
Iva.
Iva, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Iva Deshin, and this is my shop.
Iva
Deshin.
Deshin. All right. Yeah, I'm new to town, and I'm looking for a bit of reading, and this place has been highly recommended to me, and I'm wondering what.
A grin curls past her face. She goes, "Recommended. You want to go to the back?" And she kind of points, and you can see now that she's pointed it out, it's just one long chamber with shelves and like a central table. And at the beginning has more of the accoutrement, like the candles and the various knickknacks you could purchase. In the back, you can already see there are large scrolls that are hung up with like beautifully painted nudes. You can see rows and rows of
I made you plan for this.
I know you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, buddy. There are stacks of books where the covers have their own individual paintings, where you can see
detail.
You can see like a portrait of a moonlight painting of a brawny-looking man who's dipping a fainting-looking woman in like a delicate dress, glistening across the moonlight. It's slightly pulled up, but this is the young adult romance section of any bookstore on full display. And the more you look back, you can see there's a few figures in the process of just kind of thumbing through the books, kind of reading them where they stand in the middle there.
So, are you looking for anything in particular?
My tastes, they are very varied, and I'm always looking for something new.
Oh, I have recommendations if you like.
Of course, I'm very interested in literature recommendations.
There's Zemnian Nights, very popular. There's The Enchanting Tryst for those who want more of a fantastical perspective. Scent of the Sea for the traveler who enjoys the perusal. That one is Outer Empire, so folks have varying interest. There's Tusk Love. That one's a little more saucy. Well, if you want something more gentle, something that's more of just a classic love story, we have Guard of My Heart. Shallow Breaths are a bit more body, and
I want to buy Tusk Love, please.
Right this way.
And as she walks away from us, I'm obviously here for a purpose, but I like historical fiction as well, and I like when the two things are combined. Do you know what I mean?
Sex and history.
She kind of leans in for a moment and gives you a look.
Follow me.
And she leads you both to the back. She plucks a copy of Tusk Love.
There's a guy in an Abraham Lincoln costume just whacking it.
I'm following, by the way.
Now, when you say... define historical. What are your interests?
Well, I just like, historical fiction. I don't like shallow, smut. I like to learn something while I'm being titillated, I suppose.
Make a persuasion check.
Shirt's going back up.
Oh my god.
You made me do this, Leo.
I like to
Edubation.
Edubation. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Let me tell you, man. Wow.
I have rolled a 20, that is 20.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And she goes,
It's been banned for the past 15 years, but I do have a couple of reclaimed copies of Courting of the Crick, if you'd be interested.
I'm very much interested in this and other books as well, but we will start with the Courting of the Crick.
Okay, well, because it's, and the voice stays very hushed and she kind of adjusts her glasses the closer she gets, because it is technically not supposed to be here, it's a bit pricier. That one runs you about 15 gold pieces.
I'm still interested.
Good.
I would like to see the quality of the book, see if it's if it's in mint condition.
Of course, it's not a word. Just a moment.
The other books, the regular books.
Did she walk away from me, by the way?
Briefly, yeah.
I cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
On her? On the room?
Everything.
Okay.
Okay. So as you complete your incantation, there is a slight shimmer of energy that expands around the chamber, and just scanning through and across the books, nothing peeks out at you as magical from the shelves. It looks like there's probably just a collection of tomes. You get a small blip from the hunched, cloaked figure in the corner that's currently reading through one of the books hurriedly. Just a very faint source of magic on their person.
This is the range, I believe, is 30 feet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. So, am I in the center? Like, how much further? Am I covering every part of this store where I am? I just start to browse.
Okay, I will say. Look at the.
If anything looks out of reach of the spell that I have just cast, I will walk in that direction.
Right, I mean, it's concentration, so you can just kind of go
That's
through
what
and
I'm
pass
saying,
around, yeah. So as you scan the entirety of the room, it does not appear to be that there is anything directly magical being put on any of the shelves.
It's because this whole place is magical, Caleb.
Angels and demons.
The only blip of magic source you're getting is from one of the patrons.
Just one of the patrons.
Yeah.
Nothing, nothing behind any doors, nothing on the shelves. Okay, I wait for her to return.
Does there appear to be a used book section, like trade-ins?
Very.
Unfortunately, no. There isn't a lot of business for used books here in the Tri-Spires. I think most folks purchase and like to display on their shelves. It's almost like it's a symbol of status. The more books that you have, the more you can display on your shelves. The more well-read you are to your guests as you have them over.
Sure. Interesting.
So yeah, there isn't a big market for returning things you've read.
Huh. Okay. Can learn a lot from what people wrote in books.
I walk up to one of the other patrons that's hurriedly looking through one of the books.
Okay. Well, the one that's closest to you, or one of the
Sure.
other ones?
Whatever one is closest to me.
Okay, the one that's closest to you, as you approach from behind, he has kind of like a dark brown cloak. It's kind of pulled over one shoulder. He's wearing a kind of a sky blue tunic, soft, almost like a silk sheen to it, and a little bit of like lantern light that's lighting the interior. From the side of his chin, you can see he's got a softer, rounder face. And as soon as you begin to approach, as you aren't approaching quietly, he kind of stops and poof, the book closes back on the shelf. Make a perception check.
Purple worm.
Oh no. Perception. 18.
All right, it is shallow breaths.
Breaths or breasts?
Breaths.
Heaving.
Heaving breaths.
Ooh,
shallow breaths. That's a good one.
As the guy turns around, you can see him. He's mid to late 30s, you would expect. Dark hair slicked back, kind of pulling the hairline pulling back a bit, male pattern baldness style, human. And as soon as he looks around, he can just, I'm just perusing.
It's not one of your favorites.
I don't know. I've not read it. I couldn't tell you.
What's your name?
I need to go. And he just kind of pushes past you, and as he begins to exit the table, he goes, I'm all right. I'm good. Thank you this time. Goodbye. And just like darts out into the rain.
I open it up and see what shallow breaths is about.
It is smutty. It's we're talking like Anne Rice, fairy tale book level.
Good skirt around there, by the way. Well done.
Sky blue.
Which with the. Remember, I
We were all in high school once.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
okay.
no, I got really into Interview the Vampire, and then my mom got these great new Anne Rice books, and I was like, she made new books about like Cinderella. That's
Whoa. Yeah.
So yeah, it's what you'd expect.
Smutty.
Hey, Jester. Do you think that the fact that this place is called the Chastity's Nook gives everyone a complex who shops here?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
At this point, Iva returns with what looks to be a book-sized tome that is covered in some sort of a soft, like deerskin leather, and kind of pulls it open and shows you the outside of it. It's very, very high quality. It looks like it's barely been read. She goes, so this is the piece.
It's finely made. May I hold it?
You may.
Okay.
She kind of looks over to make sure that they're kind of blocking the view to anybody
I turn
else.
with her so that
Yeah.
my back is, and I speed read like 4 pages.
Are there illustrations?
Oh, jeez.
Interestingly enough, it begins almost like the Silmarillion in the sense that it reads not very flowery, and it's very
With a hole in the ground.
yeah. It has a very instructional, non-fiction, historical type speech. It begins to talk of early empirical conflicts. It begins to talk of the post-calamity. It begins to talk of elements of. It begins to hint at the ideas of forbidden romance between sides that were not meant to meet. But a lot of it begins to be like, and then this person led this army into this place, and these many were slaughtered.
And out of curiosity, if I flip through, do I see any boning anywhere inside?
As you begin to flip through, she kind of, I understand. If that was enough of a peek and you're interested, you can purchase.
Yes, well, it's a high-quality item. You can understand my excitement. I've been thinking in the space of time that you have left, and while I would like to purchase something here today, I am very low on funds, and just the nature of this book and the trouble I could get into. I mean, your secret is safe with me, but it is too hot for my hands. I was wondering if you had a copy of Shallow Breaths here.
That I do.
Yeah.
Not a worry. She quickly folds it up and kind of tucks it under her arm and kind of hides it amongst her sweater. Right over here. And she picks up the same copy the gentleman was looking through earlier and hands it to you.
Ah, perfect. How much would this run me?
3 silver pieces.
3 silver, okay. I take out the 3 silver. 1, 2, 3, and I hand that over.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Did you two want to get anything?
Oh yes, I want to buy the Tusky Love one.
That is also 3 silver pieces.
And I want to buy the other one that's expensive, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, all right, that's 15 gold.
But be secret when you put it in my bag, okay?
Okay.
Paperback.
Very, very terrible, discreet handoff where it's like. She adjusts her glasses once more.
Thank you. And it's been a pleasure. If you're ever interested, I do my own writing, and I'm in the process of finishing the 3rd chapter of my next series. So
I would love to see it right now.
Well, it's not done.
Do you have a sample?
Yeah, what is your niche?
Well, she gets a little nervous and. reaches behind him, pulls out a small piece of paper and says, I need this back because it's part of my manuscript, but you can have a glance over it.
Tumblr is so happy right now.
What is it? What is it?
At a quick glance, it appears to be not very well written. It's a bit ham-fisted in its analogies and its descriptives, but you appear to have caught the middle of a saucy meeting of a strong, strapping farmhand who is currently trying to seemingly work down the cost of a piece of equipment by the purveyor who's, you don't have enough information to make up the full story, but it's this very much kind of like, how can I get this at a cheaper price? And the guy's
She's very heavy-handed with her innuendos.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also
The salesman's like, well, I don't know. How much are you willing to pay? It's like, well, I only, and it's just, it goes back and forth, and you're kind of like, I can see where this is going, but it's not going there fast enough, and it's.
They keep talking about the heft of his equipment.
Yeah.
A lot of reference to his equipment.
The gauge of his pipe.
Though, yeah, it's Do you
Do you like it?
Oh, do I?
Make a deception check.
Fuck! I was thinking of Ford as I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, you were doing it. You were doing it.
All her hopes and
Here it
dreams.
comes.
Never thought I've.
It's cocked, right? It's cocked. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. 18.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you like it.
You know, there seems to be a lot of machinery knowledge and heavy machinery knowledge. Was that also an interest of yours?
Oh, well, it was a family background, yes.
Really?
Before I
Yeah.
took up writing.
Man, I've
collecting
never
was-
seen engineering and combined.
It's rare that I meet people who are interested in seeing that type of niche.
No, so
Thank
yeah.
you. I hope to have it ready for sale, hopefully within the next 3 or 4 months. So please do come by again.
Consider me interested.
Thank you.
Is there a mailing list?
Yeah, I almost asked if there's is there a mailing list?
Oh, well,
You gotta get the word out, get people interested.
It's kind of a word of mouth thing. The clientele prefer a bit of privacy.
Sure.
While this was going on, and she was distracted,
Oh no. Oh no.
can I find just one of the books that looks, easily accessible, and I want to open it up, and on the inside write, "We're watching you." We saw you come in here.
You grab a quick copy of Guard of My Heart, which the cover of it has the actual Crownsguard crest printed on it.
Yeah.
Appears to be some sort of a dynamic of honor versus what the heart wants.
Oh, yeah.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Written
Yeah.
by 7 Corbo.
That's so good. Plus 5. So what is that?
Over
23? 23.
Okay. As you quickly whip through the statement, close the book, set it on the shelf. No one, anybody else the wiser. You have a sense of accomplishment wash over you, and hear this faint, distant chuckle that seems to be sourceless but pleased.
That felt good.
So, you have your smut.
Have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you like to do now?
Oh, it's probably about time to go pick up the backloads.
Yeah, bear claw pastries.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Easily enough now. The rain seems to have. It's still raining, but it's not quite the heavy drizzle it was earlier. It's lightening up a little bit, and as soon as you step outside, you can see way far off in the distance a little bit of blue beginning to break. It looks like the heavy part of the storm front, at least, is beginning to pass. You pick up the remainder of your ordered baked goods, loaf of breath as well.
On the top shelf behind you there, what do you call those? These pastries? I slide the smut under a tray of bread.
You slide it under a what?
Under a tray of bread on the counter.
Just on the counter?
Yeah, hide it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
They
You
look
learn
the
from
other
the best.
way.
You learn from the best.
That's all right. That's all right. 11.
11. Okay. Can I glass of? Oh, that's small bread.
Oh, okay. I'll take my bread, please.
Yes, yes, of course. Fresh. There you are, sir.
Thank you. Would you like to carry the bear claws?
Yes, please. Thank you.
As we're walking out, I will show you a trick that I've learned, in the past few years. It's very cold out, and I pull sides of the bread out. It's hot, and I hand you bread, and I hand you a piece of bread, and then I shove my hands in. It's warm. And I can eat it later. Let's go.
Oh, Caleb.
You know you can buy mittens.
Yeah, there's like muffs, like hand muffs.
Yeah, but I can eat this. Why are you looking at me that way?
It's weird, Caleb. It's weird.
It's not weird. Many people have done this in this make-believe world and also in America.
Yeah.
I walk out
Well,
the door.
it's really good bread.
All right. Any other business you'd like to tend to while you're in the Transpire? Or are you joining your friends?
I think there's a casino here,
Jesus.
but we can just go to the Pillow Trove.
You want to drop off that key first?
That's why I'm going to the Pillow
Okay,
Trove.
good, yeah.
This, I heard not telling me something.
I'm the traveler.
As we,
I thought we were
As-
going to go for Mighty Nine sponsorship at the
as we walk along to the Pillow Trove, when we walk by like the flowery bushes, I just kind of slowly like pop all the blossoms off the flowers as I go.
Okay.
That one.
All right. As you guys make your way to the interior of the Pillow Trove, the same woman clerk who met you the other day is there in the process of going through and organizing what looks like the last few last bit of information from the few folks who got rooms the night before. And you see at the top of kind of the split staircase appears to be a female elf, brunette with kind of golden eyes, a bit older in the face. You can see some lines along the cheeks that, for elves that age gracefully, shows a bit of age. You see a very beautiful laced red dress that goes up to the neck, with a bit of like a window right there. The arms are crossed and folded in front, and just kind of, as you enter, looks down and smiles. The clerk kind of glances up.
Oh, hello again.
She's beautiful. Who is that?
Oh, that's, Madame Luena.
Madam? And the woman kind of descends the stairs one step at a time, arms crossed.
Hello. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh, you too.
Can I help you?
I don't know. I just asked who you were because you're really pretty.
I am the owner of the Pillow Trove.
Oh, it's beautiful. You did a really good job in here decorating.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Your dress is really pretty too.
Thank you kindly. So,
I just came to get all my stuff out of my room, and then I'm going to give the key back. Okay.
you're checking out, unfortunately.
I am, but I'll be back very soon because I have a package coming.
All right then. Well,
So be on the lookout for one to Jester.
Jester, is that your name?
That is me.
She takes your hand and just kind of holds it.
A pleasure, my dear. Goodbye.
Turns and makes her way back up the stairs.
She's really pretty.
She is really pretty.
Did you see her eyes? They were golden.
Yeah.
You want to see my room?
Sure.
Okay.
Want to see my toys?
All right. So you walk upstairs. You find the room, and it's small, the one that you had rented, but it's beautiful in the interior. The sheets have layered lace. High thread count. It's quite awesome. There is a balcony, though the curtain's currently drawn because of the rainy day outside. Yeah, it's a very, very nice room.
I slide my hand under the sheets and I just feel that thread count.
Your hands are dirty. They're covered in bread.
It's okay. It's okay because I rented it. I pull the covers off. Like lay
that's
down.
right.
You want to lay down? You can use it.
Maybe if you carried a ruler, you could hit my knuckles harder next time.
Would you like that?
No.
Would you like some mitts?
No.
You know this is how diseases are spread, right?
I light my hand on fire.
Okay.
Well, why didn't you just light your hands on fire instead of putting it in bread?
I
Isn't
would
that
have burnt the bread and then I couldn't eat it. It's simple.
It's toast. It's actually really tasty.
Well, I don't have the control is a little tricky sometimes.
A little off.
Sometimes.
Open the curtains up.
Yeah, do we get like a good view?
You get a decent view. I mean, it's not terribly high up, but you get to look down over the street below you. The cobblestone's still slick and the rain pattering on the stonework. You can see the fences that curl around the exterior of the terrace, or the treetops are now more visible, and you can see the canopies kind of puffing up behind the larger estates and buildings that make up the interior of the Tri-Spires. You have a pretty decent view of the Zauberspire from here, and you can see it domes towards the very peak. And there appears to be a glass kind of cylindrical top floor that overlooks the entirety of the city. Make a perception check.
Okay. Natural 19.
Alrighty.
Plus 3, so 22.
Not too difficult for you to see, even through the bit of rain that's up there, but at the very top where you can see the glass exterior, you see the outline of two figures that are just standing, kind of looking over the entire city from up there.
At the top of the Zabra
Yeah,
Spire?
Zauberspire.
Zauber.
Zabra.
Like sour.
Sauer. Do they appear to? What do they look like? Are they?
You can't make out the
wearing
full full details of them from this distance, but you can just see the basic shape and outline of two figures looking over.
Okay.
I'm dancing around the room while you're
Jester's
just dancing
darting around.
Just
What are you looking
literally dancing around.
at? You're squinting.
Just looking, people watching.
Where are the people?
These two assholes up there on the top of the Sauber Spire.
Sauber.
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 Zauber! I
Sauber!
crawl under the bed.
Hey. The whole Cerberus assembly thing. Do you know much about them?
I mean, if you're an empire, you've heard of Cerberus Assembly, yeah?
Yeah, I know. We're both Empire kids, right?
Yeah.
More so than the rest of the nine?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Empire?
I mean, what?
About the crown?
It is what it is.
Okay. I think it's kind of bullshitty.
Well, that is also true, but it is also is what it is. It's the empire.
What makes it bullshitty?
You hear Jester say
Where
from
are you?
underneath the bed.
What are you doing down there?
I was just seeing if anybody left anything good under here.
And?
Did anybody leave anything good under the bed?
No, actually, it's pretty well cleaned and maintained underneath there.
It's pretty well cleaned though, so nothing is here that's good. Not even any bugs or anything.
I mean, just like, look at this. Like, look at how much money is up here compared to elsewhere. Like, it's a lot of control.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
Are you going to do something, Bo? I
What?
stick my head up. Are you planning a rebellion?
No, I just want to make a ton of money and drink a lot of booze.
Okay.
Insight check. 1. Thanks, Pike.
I believe you.
All right, we're going to hit the bars tonight.
I think best we can do is just try and be happy and, as you said, this shitty situation that we've all been granted.
Nationwide, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, should we go?
Should we go? Or...
Oh, sure, yeah. I crawl out from under the bed. Caleb,
Yeah?
I got you a present.
Did you?
Yes,
You bought that
I
book?
bought you history porn.
You bought me that book? That is so expensive for this book. This is just
well,
smart.
technically, you gave me the money for it, so. Is it useful?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't read things like this.
Mind if I take a look at it?
Yeah, you have it.
I'm gonna flip through. Does anything catch my eye based on what I know?
I mean,
Sure.
you want to sit and read it like full, or if you skim through, you just see like pages like some of it's smutty, some of it seems boring.
Okay.
You know, the thing is, places like that are like, it's like yard sales. You know, 99% of the time there's just nothing but broken crap. But once, and I pat the book in one of my holsters, I found something.
Is that the one I drew the dick in?
Did you draw the dick next on the friend spell? You did it. That's the one. Yeah, I found that in a pawn shop.
Really?
Yeah.
Are there pawn shops here?
Porn.
Porn
P-O-R-N.
shop.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, hidden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this reminds me of the stuff that I used to read back in school.
School?
You read porn in school?
No, just like old history stuff. You know, it feels like a bored monk wrote this. Real bored monk.
Like, if you want to take the time to read it, either now or another time, I can give you more information. But skinning through, you don't see anything that catches your eye.
Okay, I might read it later when you're done reading it.
You go first. You give me your review.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't want it.
Oh, it's a great gift. Honestly, I was thinking about buying it, and then you kind of beat me to it. So,
Really?
great minds.
There you go.
Right?
It was a present
Oh,
for
thank
you all
God.
along. Well, I wish I would have known. I would have bought you that other shitty book you bought.
But I appreciate the gesture because it is the thought that counts. It's the gesture.
That's my name.
But seriously, thank you.
You're welcome.
What's this book called? Does it have a name?
Yes, it is called.
A Tale of Two Titties.
No, Courting of the Crick.
What's it? What?
Courting of the Crick.
Courting of the Crick.
Courting of the Crick.
Good luck adding that shit.
I know. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to type
just
that
write that
in.
shit
I'll
down.
write that
Fuck
down.
that.
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, but don't take that.
Yeah.
Swinging gate? Yeah.
All right. So, you've bought baked goods, you've bought smut, and you've played in a hotel room.
Yes.
What do you guys want to do now?
I guess we can go back then.
There's a casino. You want to go to the casino? I don't want to go to what?
Are there any like religious temples here?
I mean, you have to ask around. Make an investigation check.
Oh, that's a shit. 6.
You have a hard time finding somebody who can give you any information. Most folks, couple individuals who stop, go like, "Oh, I don't know about religion," and just walk away. Seem to be less of an interest in conversing with you.
You see why I left this town? People.
So no luck on that,
What
unfortunately.
about in the Pillow Trove? Do they have like a little library in there?
They do not. It seems that they're not providing anything specifically to read. You probably have to bring in your own or purchase them from the local Chastity Nook.
Okay.
I mean, this neighborhood makes me a little edgy, to be honest. I'm done. But I will go with you if you want to go somewhere.
No, I think I'm good. Yeah.
What do you got?
Good when you all are
Let's
good.
go back to the stinky part of town.
Okay.
All right. You guys meet up back at the Leaky Tap with the rest of your party. You have already retrieved your freshly transposed enchantment on your breastplate, and you guys gather once again in the tavern to consolidate your plans for the day.
Can I pull Molly aside?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I wanted to ask you.
Sure.
When you stopped Not from rifling through my shit last night, what was she looking for?
I didn't think to ask. Honestly.
She wasn't grabbing for anything in particular?
Well, not that I remember.
Weird. She going through your stuff too, or just mine?
Oh, God, no, not my stuff. It'd be ridiculous.
All right.
My stuff's worthless.
Just can't help herself, I guess.
Well, you know, some people have needs. That happens. Just, keep an eye on your things and make sure you always know how much money's in your purse.
Fair enough. All right.
All right. You guys, at this point, it's early afternoon. Is there anything you wish to do with your day? Any place you wish to go? Anybody you wish to talk to? What do you want to do?
I'm a little tuckered. I'm going to take a rest upstairs, and I'm going to copy that last spell into my book.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll see you guys in a little bit, maybe around dinner time.
Okay.
All right. Do you guys just hang around until he's ready?
I guess I can go check out one of the temples.
I'm gonna wander around the backside of the Leaky Tap.
Before you leave, I ask you real quick. Bo asks you if you found any information out while you were in your journey.
I didn't. Actually, I happened to ask Pumat Souls the plural.
Opinion?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And he happens to be like an annex shop of the Cerberus Academy.
Really?
Yeah, assembly.
Right. Yeah. I'm with it.
Yeah, so he supplies goods to all parts of the kingdom, but he says they keep like a good balance in check from the power of the empire. Keeps a tight leash. So I didn't ask about any like religious uprising or anything, but he seems like such a nice guy and doesn't seem the type to rat.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of went to the fancy end of town where I'm pretty sure just everyone is like super into the crown because like they are all like funded by the crown and they like are the crown. So I was like, probably a bad place to start asking political questions.
Nobody stopped you? You got in all right?
We did.
Nice.
Yeah. We went to a smut shop,
Oh, good. How'd that go?
as to be expected.
Right.
Smutty. Yeah. Should we? What should we do?
Well, I was just thinking for this evening, like, maybe we should just double check there aren't, like, alternate exits coming in and out of that cellar.
Yeah, in case it's a trap or something.
Yeah, that dwarf didn't really give me a very good feeling.
Also, I mean, we know that people are looking for these type of rebels.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we can see a board ratting people out, so can other people. We don't want to get caught in like a sting operation,
Right.
for lack of a better term.
You want to walk around the back to see if there's another way in?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we go around the back of the Leaky Tavern and just look for back doors,
entrance.
floor
Sure.
latches?
Do you guys want to make separate investigation checks, or does one of you want to help the other?
I'll help you make it.
Okay.
Okay, so you get advantage on your investigation check.
Yeah, big money. Are you fucking serious?
Which ones did you roll?
Wait, are they? That's they're both threes. I rolled 2 3s. Both threes. Both threes.
Plus.
Plus.
4, so 7.
Okay. You spend a while looking around the back of the tavern. There is a back entrance that leads into the kitchen. It looks like there is a cellar entrance. You're not sure if it goes to the same place where you met or a separate subterranean space, but it is currently locked off, chained.
Locked up, chained. Is this alley, is there a lot of human traffic, or are we kind of on our own?
So you guys are kind of on your own at the moment.
I'm trying to pick this.
Yeah, I mean, I have a crowbar.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand watch in the opening of the alley.
Okay.
Gonna make sure while he does this.
Yeah, I have a crowbar.
So you're just gonna go ahead and pry the chain off of it?
Yeah, or can I try and pop the lock?
The lock.
Yeah,
Is
you
it like
can.
a chain and a lock?
Yeah, it's a chain and a lock.
Shit, it's not as good.
We could get Not in here and try and pick it. And just leave it nicely, kind of looks like it's not open.
Yeah, that's true. That is what she does.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go snag her? I'll keep an eye.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Not. What? I hate to interrupt your dinner. Can we borrow you for a quick second?
That was Bone, too.
So you get led outside in the soft drizzle exterior into the alleyway, kind of feet clomping through the muddy floor. They show you to the outside of what looks to be an angled door that leads to a basement cellar that is currently chained with a lock in the center of it.
Can you pick this?
Can I pick that lock?
Yeah.
All right, keep a lookout.
Another quick look both ends of the alleys and on the windows or anything.
He takes one and I take the other.
All right, perception check for each of you guys, and go ahead and make a check with your thieves' tools.
Jesus fucking ball sacks.
Mine's okay. 16.
7 again.
1. It's magically enchanted. It's magically. Oh, my eyes! Oh, it's magically enchanted!
Cover her mouth.
Are my thieves' tools broken?
Pretty bent.
Shit.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, I have thieves' tools. Can I try?
Give them to me.
I rolled
Try
16.
here. I give
16 on
not my
perception
thieves'
check.
tools.
Okay, which is good because your thieves' tools currently are not very good. You're down one set, so.
Yeah.
All right, so you can try again. You don't see anybody currently heading down or near the alley at the moment.
No windows.
No.
Okay.
Most the windows. There aren't any windows in the back of the building, since there are what looks to be small vents for like kitchen for smoke
Okay.
to filter out. But there's no windows looking out into the alley.
No rooms facing.
Better. So what do I add?
You add your proficiency bonus and your dexterity.
Oh yeah, sorry.
21.
21.
Yeah. These tools are so much better than mine.
I stole them off of a really rich guy.
The lock just comes straight off.
Wow. Can I hang on to them for?
Yeah.
You can have mine. Actually, you can't. I'd like to keep them.
Well, you'll just owe me later. How about that?
All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we pulled the lock off.
pull the lock off the chains, open the cellar, and kind of look down. It's dark. There's no light source in there.
I have my orc.
Put on the goggles.
Go
All right,
for it.
yeah.
Yeah. You might as well get used to that.
You head down. It is a second cellar. It is not the same cellar you guys had met with before.
Not the same cellar.
No, it looks like this one can only be reached from the exterior.
There's no entrances, no secret entrances, no trapdoors.
Make an
hiding behind
investigation check.
Barrels, don't fuck this up this time. Come on.
You have
That's
10.
cocked.
You would have disadvantage on this because there is no light source.
It's 20.
Yeah, it's
it's
cocked.
cocked.
No,
on
I gotta
20.
go both ways.
And he said disadvantage.
Because
What?
there's no light in there. So even though you have dark vision, it's still dim light.
Well, it's okay. All right. What am I doing? Investigation. 11.
You don't see any other passageways, no hidden doors or anything. In fact, this one's fairly empty. There's a few barrels in here, like some small crates, but it looks like a lot has either been moved out of here, either because it was recently used or it hasn't been restocked.
Any good bottles of wine or brews?
Yeah, I'm gonna
laying
search
around?
around for just valuable shit.
Yeah.
You find not a bottle of wine, but you find a couple of heavy jugs of some sort of an older ale.
Okay.
23.
23. Okay. You glance around. You find a few odd copper pieces that are kind of in the dust.
Okay.
You do find what looks to be kind of a set of almost like metal bracelets. They're like little.
Connected to each other?
No, they're separate. But you do see they are currently resting around what looks to be a skeletal wrist.
Wait, there's a skeleton down
Is
here?
it a human-sized skeleton?
It is a human-sized skeleton, and it's been here for a long time.
There's a dead guy. Dead guy.
Did
There's
they
a what?
just not clean when they bought
This
those
was some sort of a
place?
dungeon.
I come down at the mention of a skeletal wrist. Are there any other bodies in this cellar?
Yeah.
That's the only one you find.
Do we? Hang on. No one's around, right?
Not at the moment, no.
I'm gonna pull out from my adventurer's kit and go ahead and light a torch. Cause
Okay.
fuck this dark vision shit.
All right, so you go ahead and get a torch situated. It lights up. The room is brighter.
No one knows we're down here, right?
Not
Door's
at the moment,
closed.
no.
Well, I'm going to leave
Everything's
since we're all
closed.
three down here, and I'll go back up to the top and keep an eye.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we see anything else weird? More dead bodies? Anything like
No
that?
more dead bodies. And even this one you find is like mostly like it was stuffed behind some of the barrels.
Can I tell how it died?
You can make a medicine check.
Not good. 5.
No idea. But I mean,
Died of
it's
a broken heart.
it's just a skeleton. So
No clothes?
there's like some elements of cloth on there, but it looks like it's been down here long enough to decompose to mostly skeletal state. So it was probably here a long time ago, and it looks like it was pressed up into this corner, and barrels are pushed up against it to just kind of keep it out of sight. Probably hadn't been
shit.
found until now.
Okay. Nothing to see.
That's really gross.
No other ways in or out, huh?
Yeah, and anything else now that I have the light on? I don't see anything.
No.
Shit. I take one of those bottles of beers.
Okay.
I leave.
It's somewhat cloudy when you shake it, but still full.
Close the door up, run the chain back through, put the lock on it, but don't lock it.
Okay. Cool.
Well,
Okay.
we're just gonna have to have a good, I don't know, good chain of eyes out as we're down there tonight.
Do you want to
Well-
establish some sort of, like, if you get in trouble, is there a way to alert us?
Frumpkin? I don't know.
Not really, because Caleb's gonna be down there with us. I think if we start screaming, or you hear a ruckus,
If I'm with you, I can cast message and alert our friends.
See, down there, I'm not so worried. It's about
people coming in.
Oh, well then
Which
I'll
is
stay
what
out
I'm
and
worried about.
I'll
maybe
message
somebody-
you when.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's
Somebody
do that.
outside the leaky tap.
Yeah,
Another
yeah,
person on
yeah.
the inside to run interference in
Because
case they need
you
to
can
buy us a couple
message
seconds.
I can
Caleb.
message any of you.
Or
Yeah.
any of us.
Yeah.
A couple layers, right?
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other prep we should do?
Nah.
Okay, let's do this.
All right. You still have a few hours till sundown. If you guys want to wait until the evening comes about, you can.
Yeah.
Get food. I'll read some of my book.
Alrighty. So, as you guys rest, the evening's light eventually comes to a darkened sky. The storm slowly begins to pass. While the sky still remains somewhat cloudy, the stars not visible, it appears that the heavy waterfall from the air above seems to have come to a pattern, to a halt. As you prep for the tension of the evening's choices, we'll go ahead and take a break. Be back here in just a moment, guys.
Hi.
This is some unique excursions into the city today.
I'm so happy. I remember my 12 and 13-year-old excursions into the back of the comic book store into the 18 up
18 plus,
section.
yeah.
Oh man.
Yep.
Yeah.
How old are you, kid? Oh, pretty old.
You probably got
Yeah,
away
so you
with
get
it.
away
You
with
like
that
you were
shit.
30 when you were 18.
So, all right. So, while we go to break, guys, it'll be our Wormwood giveaway. This giveaway now is the Cherry Deck Box.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a nice wood style. You can look inside. You get your fancy interior for your card decks and other things you want to hide in there. Ooh, it smells nice too. All right, so for this giveaway, go into the Twitch chat. It has begun right now. The offer is only good for residents of the United States and Canada because laws, excluding Quebec. Unfortunately, we're sorry, Quebec. But for the official rules, the link will be in chat. Tonight, the keyword is unrest. UNREST. So you can enter that in the chat now. Enter it once only. If you do more than once, you'll be disqualified. We'll come back with the winner here in just a few minutes. So see you guys in a minute.
アップライジング最後の戦いに勝利したと思っていた怪獣が戻ってきた
They've evolved and they could wipe out all life.
新たな英雄が
Not a hero like my father was.
立ち上がらなければならない
This is your chance to make things right.
Let's do this.
怪獣と戦うためには怪獣にならなければならない心とロボット一つになってイエーガー戦闘軍団行けセイバーアセナ連合した2倍刃のガーデン刀ブレイザーフェニックス東からの明け明星ガーデンブラボー奇跡のスパーク電気ムチジプシーアベンジャー激しい勝利のプラズマキャスター連携したパンパシフィック防衛軍団盗賊カモメの壮大な力対結合された激怒の怪獣地球最後の防衛は黙示録を中止できるのかパンパシフィックアップライジング近日公開
We're firing pulse cannons and throwing mechas into buildings. That's right, it's Pacific Rim Extinction from River Horse. This tactical combat strategy game pits teams of monstrous kaiju against the giant Jaegers of the Pan-Pacific Defense Corps. PPDC, y'all! Setup begins by dividing the players into two teams, the PPDC and the invading kaiju. Next, choose either the quick play cards, especially if you're just starting out, or you can construct your own battle using the setup rules in the rulebook. Now today we've got our hands on an early prototype of the game, so we'll just be going over the core mechanics and victory points. First up, the kaiju players select their models and add the total threat value, located in the top right. This threat pool is totaled and then doubled. That number equals the amount of points the Jaeger team can use to purchase Jaegers and pilots for the game. Once selected, the Jaegers each begin with a con pod, 1 upgrade card, and 2 pilots, while the Kaiju each begin with a Kaiju signature card and 2 mutations. Players select these from the available pool before placing the models and also take the corresponding model's action deck. Kaiju begin the game with 1 Rage and full Kaiju Blue. It's their magic blood. Jaeger begin with 1 Charge and full ammo. The complete version of the game will include scenario cards which will dictate the map, the model starting placements, and building locations. Today we're setting up the skirmish scenario, which is set up roughly like this. Gameplay occurs over a series of turns, each divided into specific phases. First, players on both teams each select 1 action card from their deck and place it face down next to their model. Once all players have placed, everyone simultaneously reveals their action cards and reads them aloud with epic thematic voices, of course. Enrage! Supersonic Punch! Furious Slam! Death Grip! Grab and Rend! Toss! Firetail Spikes. Hit and Run! That's not funny. Brace! Burrow! Then the team with the least models, or in the case of a tie, the Kaiju, rolls the Impulse die. The result either allows the activation of 1 model, 2 models, or no models. After resolving the outcome, the player passes the die to an opponent for their impulse roll. Activating a model contains 2 phases, movement and action. Movement always occurs first and is measured with a handy hex gauge. Boop. All models can move directly forward up to their speed value, located in the top left of their card, or movement backwards 1 hex. Additionally, models get 1 free pivot action during their movement phases. The Jaeger must move first and then pivot, but the agile Kaiju can choose to pivot either before or after their movement. For example, this Kaiju's going 1, 2, then pivot. Whew. Once the movement has been completed, the player takes the action listed on the revealed card. Actions may include running, attacking, or special unique pilot maneuvers. Some action cards have a cost, such as ammo, Kaiju Blue, Rage, or Charge. Players have access to 2 types of attacks as well. You've got melee and ranged. For melee attacks, the models must be in direct contact with each other, and for either type of attack, the attacker must be facing the defender. Additionally, ranged attacks have a distance value, short if the target is within 1 hex gauge from the attacker, or long if not. Range can limit the attack options or the amount of damage. Once the target is selected, the attacker rolls combat dice equal to their model's skill value plus the power value. Ranged power values are on the action card, while melee power values are the red impact symbol on the model card. The defender rolls combat dice equal to their model's skill value and adds the armor value worth of dice. However, if that defender is not even facing the attacker, they're only going to roll armor dice, no skill roll for getting stabbed in the back. Players compare rolls. For any critical symbols, a player is granted a bonus die to roll, and all successes, including critical successes, are totaled. If the attacker has more successes than the defender, they get to deal that damage. For every 3 successes over the defender's total, the attacker deals 1 damage. On the side of the model's card, the SP, or structure points, show the damage threshold of that model. The attacker draws action cards from the defender's action deck equal to the amount of damage. These cards limit the defender's actions by removing crucial weapons and abilities. You're going to place them on the side of your model card. Additionally, the damage side of the cards may incur a special penalty related to the model. Like this one, see? Once the damage threshold is met, the model is defeated and removed from the game. Additionally, during the roll, if a trigger symbol appears, certain special abilities can be activated. I'm not going to tell you what they are though. Deal with it. Once a model has activated their action card, it is returned to their deck. After all models have been activated, the end of round occurs. This resets some models' abilities and allows players to access their reserves. Some scenarios allow extra models to be held off-map, summonable with a reserve roll. After round 4, if neither side has been eliminated, start checking for the end of game at the end of each round. For this end of game, each player will roll a combat die and add all successes and criticals together. If the total value equals 3 or more, the game ends. If not, it continues, and each subsequent round adds another die to each player's end of game check. Once the game ends in this way, the winner is determined by victory points, which are calculated based on the remaining kaiju or Jaeger and intact or destroyed buildings. Additionally, when calculating those victory points, draw one random battle assessment card, which will provide bonus VP. And that's Pacific Rim Extinction. I'm Becca Scott, and you can watch me play this game and other sweet games on Game the Game right here on Geek and Sundry. So we'll see you there.
And this week's topic.
Argentum Flair asks, topic, you are going to be transported to a fantasy realm and you have to fill the following roles with existing superheroes to bring with you.
Oh, this is awesome.
Fighter, tank, mage, cleric, and rogue. What's your team?
Five. So fighter, tank, cleric, mage, rogue.
I'm going to go X-Men. I'm going to go X-Men. My fighter is easy. That's Wolverine. That's no. My cleric. I would actually say for my cleric, I'm going to go with Iceman. Weirdly helpful for a cleric because you can use the ice powers to like heal wounds and like put them together. Fighter, cleric, mage. I need to use a mutant. That's tricky. Technically, Storm would be my mage. She's like a weather mage. That works for that. Even though I know she did the Asgardian thing.
Got some area effects.
That's fighter, cleric, mage,
rogue, and
tank and rogue.
Tank and rogue. My tank, that's easy. That's Colossus. Colossus is always your tank. That's just fun. Although you know what, just be fun. Strong guy. Forget it.
Guido.
I'm going Guido the strong guy. He's got the best hair in Marvel. And rogue. I'm not going rogue for my rogue.
Well, why would you?
Why would I? Rogue's not a good rogue. Isn't that weird? Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's the rogue to end all rogues.
Not Gambit?
Nightcrawler.
No, I agree, but like Gambit
dresses like a rogue, but he's not like he's roguish, but like only in character. If like actually put to the test of like being that way, I think he would just pale and consider. I would like to. He's all bluster.
I would like to point out you did not choose magic as your.
God damn it.
I was like, Ilyana Rasputin. How did you not?
Fair.
Okay. Okay. Let's. Do you have yours yet? Because I can.
Now I'm curious if so my rogue is going to be Kitty. I'm stealing Kitty because she's sneaky.
No, she is sneaky.
She's not so much with the DPS, but you know.
Sure.
And you didn't take Ilyana, so she'll be my maid.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Burn.
She's kind of more of a warlock, but whatever.
Burn. I see a New Mutants build happening. All right.
I mean, why not, right? So my fighter could be Wolfsbane.
Nice.
I'll take Wolfsbane for my fighter. My tank would, of course, be Cannonball. And for my cleric, I'm just going to cheat and take, I think his name's Elixir, but he's actually got healing powers, so.
Yeah.
Cheating crap.
Is he the gold guy?
Good call.
Yeah.
He's the gold guy. That's right. God, man, you just did a New Mutants team.
All right.
It turns out Claremont's good at his job and was probably a D&D nerd. I don't know.
I'm just gonna, since you guys did X-Men, I'm gonna pull from Avengers.
Okay.
All right.
Fighter, Black Panther.
Solid.
I'm gonna have to come back to cleric. Mage, Doctor Strange. I have to.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
I have to. I'm sorry. I have to.
He is required.
Tank. Hulk. Duh.
Okay.
Easy.
I'm in
easy.
How did I
Tank
almost
smash.
Tank smash? Let's see. Okay, so mage. I need a good rogue. Hawkeye's not really a rogue.
He's roguish, but no, he's not a rogue.
Rogue-ish. Jack of Hearts doesn't like. He was a terrible choice.
No, I'm not helping. I'm not helping. No.
Oh God, I've got 2 minutes. I'm so bad at this. Cleric. Night Nurse. I'm just gonna go with Night Nurse.
Perfect. Lovely.
Solid.
Right?
Yes.
Like, so I just need a good rogue from the Avengers roster.
Yeah.
Can I phone a friend? Can I?
What element of the rogueness do you want to focus on?
Like thieving, like secrecy.
Vision can
Second Ant-Man.
can do things. And Ant-Man.
Good call.
I mean,
Scott
just
Lang
went
is my
with
rogue.
thievery
And
there.
he is a thief
But,
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amy answered that question
Not
for
quite
me.
irredeemable.
No, I don't want to go with the irredeemable.
No,
Ant-Man.
he's terrible.
Okay, but now we have to make a DC team because we're being very unfair.
that is kind of fair.
Canaries
That's
are fighter, right?
I can go.
Good choice.
I can go Canary Fighter.
Great choice. Yeah, I'm behind that. Superman is the tank.
I'll take it.
Superman is the tank.
Crap, I didn't leave room for Wonder Woman on this team, but whatever. She's there somewhere.
No, it's okay.
Well, we've got. Is
Cleric,
Dr. Fate the mage? Is Dr. Fate our mage?
Dr. Fate may be our mage. That's pretty solid. God, this team is just so OP already. I'm thinking
So we
about
need a cleric and a rogue, yeah?
Rogue. I want to go. Ooh, no.
Nightwing? Batman?
I think Nightwing is better than Batman for a rogue.
Yeah?
Yeah, you want someone who, like, Batman's too, like, this is how things are done, whereas Nightwing's like, I can do that stuff. Or we could do, like, I would be down for that.
Okay. Who's our cleric?
Who's our cleric?
Who's our healer?
Zatanna.
But is she a cleric or is she more of a mage?
She's more of a mage.
She's dual class.
Dual class. She can be some dual
We
class.
got 30 seconds left. She could do a class, sure.
I can't think of any straight healers in the DCU. Like, I'm trying to think of people who are just purely defensive.
Would the Flash be a good rogue?
That would be an interesting way to go with that,
take.
actually.
In kind of a 1402 kind of vibe.
You want to sneak up, backstab kind of abilities.
Oh, yeah.
Flash is
That's
your
pretty
guy.
solid.
Like,
He's your guy.
He's not going to want to, but he could.
And Green Lantern is a great mage, also, I might add.
Green Lantern is totally a mage.
Could he be a good cleric? Because he's very defensive?
And we're out of time.
And we're out of time. All right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. So, first, before we dive back in, we have our winner of the evening. It is Areski14. Areski14, congratulations.
Areski 14?
Areski.
Areski.
Areski 14. Congratulations. We'll get that to you ASAP. Alrighty. So, as you have taken the afternoon to rest within the Leaky Tap Tavern, and the midnight meeting looming, what would you guys, if anything, do you want to do anything, or do you want to wait until the time
Do you
transpires?
guys want to go anywhere? Puma told me that the Hall of Erudition is really cool and has some cool things in it if we wanted to check it out. Or we could go kill the gentleman.
Go.
I
don't know. Is that what we're supposed to do? Kill the
We were
gentleman?
going to kill him right off the bat.
Kill him.
Feels a little premature.
We don't even know who he is yet.
Yeah,
right?
and
Well, we
he
can
could have a
introduce
whole-
ourselves and then kill him.
He could have a whole like infrastructure of people supporting him, and then they would come after us.
All right.
I want to know who he is, though.
Yeah.
Super interested to find out who this guy is. I feel like we should deal with one thing. I'm super focused on this current meeting.
I am too, yeah.
I mean, we can hang out in the lobby.
Yeah, we can just
in this
chill.
bar, and I can watch
Eat
every person that
food.
comes inside. They can draw their picture and know every single patron that's in here, so that we have something to turn into the guards when we rat everybody out.
That's a very good idea. Yeah, and I was thinking, so if the three of us are down in the meeting,
Who's going down?
the three of us. If not, if you could be outside, just letting us know if any Crown's Guard or other surly types look like they're coming in to raid the place. You send a message, and then you two run interference if they actually make it inside the doors, in case we haven't
Just
made it out
Be
yet.
distracting.
Yeah, just whatever you do, buy us some time.
We're good at that.
We can be very distracting.
Last thing we want
believe
is
you.
to take the falls for these assholes, whoever they
Yeah,
are.
these knights of
Alright.
Knights of
requital.
Requital.
We will hang out up here and just be weird.
Okay.
All right. So, as you guys spend the remainder of the evening waiting for this to transpire. Some patrons come in, some leave. You're reading through the book?
Read the book.
Oh yeah, I have the Tusk's Love too.
You go back and forth.
I read it and I keep looking forward, like,
Ooh.
and then go back to it. I assume it's about some sort of orc love.
It is actually. It deals with the union of a half orc and the daughter of a traveling merchant, as they meet they meet on the Amber Road up near Druvenlode, and it goes into a saucy union between the two, but they can't because what would the parents think? Yeah.
What's the name of the half orc?
Oscar. With a K. Oscar.
What you reading there, Jester?
Nothing, Oscar. Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
Yes.
Bo, as you're reading through the book, it's interesting. It begins to talk about the conflict between the Julis Dominion and the Dwendalian Empire.
Conflict between the Julis Dominion?
Yes, the Julis Dominion and the Dwendalian Empire. It talks about, and you're uncertain. Make a history check.
Dwendalian Imp. Whoa, that's good. 17.
17. Okay. It begins to name generals and figures caught in this political conflict in the center, but remembering back to your studies, these names don't ring a bell. You get the sense that either they're obscure or fictional for the purpose of the story.
Okay.
However, it does begin to speak of a Crick assassin that had snuck its way past the borders during the conflict and had attempted to take the life of a general named Theo.
Theo. Okay, snuck by. Theo.
Rudy!
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
We're in forever. Snuck by the border and
Blame
killed
House
a
of
general named
Cosby's
Theo.
for that. I mean,
Now on our show.
sorry. The failed assassination attempt led to the capture of the assassin, and during what was essentially a test of wits between the general and this assassin,
Okay.
begins
Test of wits.
the
Like Dinner with Andre style?
kind of, yeah.
Or,
Like,
yeah.
well, the assassin's been captured, removes the helmet, and behind is revealed to be
The assassin removed his helmet.
the assassin's helmet is removed by the general after being caught.
Okay.
Is that a euphemism?
That's the helmet
No,
found in the graveyard.
It's not very good smut. It's at least at this point.
Wait, am I writing down smut right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course you are.
But
in like size 38 font in your fucking notebook.
Hang on. Are you going into like how the Theo and the
You're writing
assassin
down
had a
bullshit.
thing?
Yes, we're getting there.
Okay, keep going. I'm into it though. This is important. This has to be important.
Sure.
Does it?
He's telling it to me.
Just listen.
I'm
Just listen.
The assassin is revealed to be from the Kryn Empire of Jorhas, with dark blue-purple skin, gray-white hair, and pointed ears of elvish lineage, it seems.
Okay.
No, leave it alone. Stop.
He's a dark elf.
Stop it.
Right? Or a
She
drow.
is.
Oh, she's
it's
a drow.
a female dark elf. The armor, which is described to be chitinous and almost organic in its design, though metal, you learn a little bit, and it goes into a discussion of the term Crick. The term Crick is actually kind of a slur against the people that come from the Jorhasian side of Wildmount. It's short for cricket, and it's because supposedly when the Kryn armies charge, there are charge into battle. There are designed holes and tubes in the armor that it sounds like a flock of crickets rushing into battle.
Sick.
That's cool.
It's meant as an intimidation tactic. It's like this kind of high-pitched screaming cricket chirp that just rushes in. And so that's where the term crit comes from. But it is used in a derogatory fashion towards individuals that live within the Empire of Xhorhas and Kryn. But the book begins to talk about them kind of dueling wits and finding common ground and then getting angry at each other and murderous, and then it turns into this like torrid love affair and this very kind of Anthony Cleopatra kind of feel to it. But it's very dry. It's an older book, and it doesn't match some of the imaginatory flair of some of the other smut that you had briefly perused as you were walking in the bookstore earlier. But you glean a little bit of information, should this be accurate at all, of kind of some of the relationships or dynamics of the Empire and the Xhorhasian folk that live beyond the border.
Would I be able to discern where the assassin entered into the city? No,
it doesn't. It doesn't go into. It's not a detailed historical book that.
It's not like by the third lamppost.
No.
Remove this brick. Okay. Cool.
There you go.
This book sucks.
How far in are you?
Halfway, maybe.
How long have you been working on that?
Couple hours.
All right. As the evening clocks in close to midnight, and the majority of the patrons begin to dwindle and scatter into the night air, you watch as Ulog enters quietly, kind of gives a nod of knowing towards the two of you, and then on his own steps down into the cellar. About 10 minutes or so later, you watch as Kara, the half-elf girl you had met before, enters, kind of gives you a glance but doesn't acknowledge anything, orders a drink, leans against the wall, and then eventually disappears down into the cellar as well. Later on, you watch as Dolan, the human who you had spoke with that seemed to be at least the one spearheading this the meeting before, enters with another human male. They both kind of look back and forth, kind of acknowledges you guys, and the two of them eventually splinter off to different sides of the room, waiting one, then a few minutes later the other, down into the cellar area.
Do we recognize the other human male that he's with?
No.
Does he seem to be armed or shady or have lots of scars on his person?
Make a perception check.
13.
Hard to tell at this distance. You didn't see any very visible or apparent scars or anything that gave you a sense of shiftiness other than just the careful demeanor. But it didn't look to be a face of a rugged soldier by any means.
It looked like an undercover cop trying to blend in.
How are his shoes?
Make an insight check.
How are his shoes?
It's like nice loafers.
20.
Or they kind of
20. Seems nervous, but not in a way that triggers your spider sense, so to speak. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you guys still up top?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to Ford and just say, you said that one of the members of the group is named Dolan?
That's right, yeah.
If it comes up, no big. Just can you find out that guy's last name?
Dolan's last name?
Yeah.
Sure, any reason why?
I know a guy named Dolan Tversky.
Tversky?
I don't really know Tversky. I don't know. It doesn't really mean. I don't know. I've heard. Just find out his last name.
Sure. Is this guy from where you're from or something? Old mate of yours?
No. Just have something of his.
Tversky.
Yeah.
Would he know you if I was like, hey, a friend of ours named not?
Nope. Would not know me.
Inside check.
Sure.
Watching this.
Natural 20.
16.
16 total?
Mm-hmm.
You get no bead on the wild words that are coming out of her mouth.
What are? No, never mind.
Yeah, I'll find out his last name. I'm sure he will, man, sir.
I'll be up here, and if I see anything suspicious, I'm gonna message you.
That's right.
For now-
Grounds guard, rough-looking types, people that are armed, right?
Don't
you
worry.
keep a fucking
I'll
swivel.
keep an eye out, and I'll be in disguise, and I'm gonna cast disguise self on myself, turning myself into a halfling with red hair, green eyes, a hawkish nose, overalls.
Big shoes.
Thinning on top. 2 big shoes.
It's your best disguise yet.
Yeah.
Not? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Where were you? Forgot it was you for a moment.
Call me a code name.
Oh, Ton.
Ton. Yes.
That's, yeah. Well, Ton. Ton it is.
Yeah.
All right.
To Ton.
The second T is silent.
So I'm gonna go outside and just sort of stand at the front door.
Okay.
Should we be outside too, or should we stay inside?
No, you're supposed to stay inside.
Inside, you can
If
provide
I
those
see
things.
anyone coming, you distract them. Keep them.
How will we know if you see anyone coming?
I will tell you with my message spell.
Okay, you'll message us and then you'll message
I don't know.
downstairs?
I don't know. I don't use it a lot.
Can you do it twice?
I think I can do it twice.
Okay.
Well, that'll work then.
Then we'll just hang out in here and have some fun.
Oh, yes.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, let's do
Let's
this.
see what they want to do.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, who all's going down?
Yeah.
It's you three.
Table 1.
These three jackasses.
Alrighty.
right.
So you guys keep watch.
Yes.
As you descend into the cellar below, you can see there's a table already set up with a few chairs around. There are 2 oil lamps that are turned low, and the 4 figures that you saw enter are all sitting around, kind of waiting. As you begin to descend, they kind of give a knowing nod and, a gesture towards, please take a seat.
Is it just the 4 of them? No
Just
more?
the 4 of them.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a seat.
Yeah, we sit. It's polite.
As you enter, the moment Dolan, the one who was kind of leading before, kind of sits up and goes, "I'm, I'm sorry. What
Oh, I'm with my friends here. They have shared a bit of what has gone on here, and I'm sympathetic.
We haven't said too much, but we thought that he might be somebody you'd be interested in. Very clever. Has no love for the Empire.
Valuable asset. Good with things.
Thought we could let you decide for yourself.
Right. Kind of look to each other. Have a seat.
Thank you. Caleb, this is Dolan. Dolan, this is Caleb. Dolan, do you have a last name?
They kind of glance about. Dolan Thryme. This is Horace Thryme, my partner, and the man you saw enter earlier.
Human male.
Yeah. You know, Kara and Ulog. This is what was your name again? You said.
Caleb.
Caleb. Thank you very much for meeting us.
It's just the 4 of them?
It's just the 4 of them. So, Ulog has been, and please take no offense, we're just very careful, keeping a very close eye on your activities since we last met. Bit of a scare as you entered the King's Hall, but I've heard that you've done a bit of business, unrelated. So, he speaks to your skill. And we may have... He kind of looks nervously over, and Horace leans forward and goes, "We've put 2 months into planning something. And it requires certain skill sets. Ulog, if you'd like to elaborate on this." And the dwarf leans forward, kind of pulls one of the lanterns closer, so all your faces brighten up just a bit. He kind of turns the wick up a bit. So,
We've intercepted some documents. To Lord Sutan, one of the pretty faces and money grabbers over there in the Tri-Spire. Very politically connected. Apparently he's been doing some business with a lowlife who's known in the more Crown Bay circles as one of those arrest-on-site types. So, we believe this individual might be involved with the Myriad. Now,
We heard that.
we tried to bring this information to the Lawmaster, Orinthia, as she is a friend of Dolan's. However, we were intercepted by the High Richter Prusine.
Prusine?
She's, about as corrupt as you get in the structure here in Stash. She intercepted it so that she delivered the information. I've heard nothing since. And a couple of our members have been closely watched by the Crown's Guard ever since. So we believe the High Richter might be in on it. So, we've decided if we can somehow turn Lord Sutan against the High Richter and then expose them to the Lawmaster, they'll either be arrested or ousted from their positions. Which one would be a victory for those who don't want to live under the claws of corruption in this city, and two, vacates the position of High Richter. And while Horace's practice may have been irrevocably damaged in the public eye, Dolan is a respected member of the society here. The locals, at least. And we believe that, if not the High Richter himself, perhaps another position as well as things shift. And it would behoove us, and Dolan puts his hand up and says, it would be helpful to have at least one of us with an ear on the bead of the inner circle of how law is distributed within Zadash. And while it's not my bailiwick, people seem to trust me. I think it's the most important thing when taking an office. So, we've outlined a means of doing so, and this is where we may need your help. Looks over to Kara, and the half-elf kind of leans forward. All right then, so, the current plan is to infiltrate the Lord Sutan's estate in the Tri-Spire. Steal a copy of his wax seal and his handwriting. After we forge a letter of correspondence to this unsavory individual who he was speaking to in this letter, we make a new one that writes about an assassination of the High Richter, sealed and signed by the Lord Sutan. Then, we infiltrate the home of the High Richter, tear apart her living space, look like it's been tousled and tossed, like someone was seeking her while she's out for the night at a local ball, which she'll be one night from here. Before she returns to find her place destroyed, we take this letter that we found and left it hidden within her room. She finds the letter, brings it to the Lawmaster. And then at this point, Ulag pipes in real fast and goes, sorry, misunderstood. She doesn't get the letter. We deliver it ourselves to the Lawmaster. Don't trust her to take it.
This is like us planning.
You get the sense that they're not the most organized or experienced at this, but they're trying their hand at doing something that changes, hopefully, the status quo they're used to. So, we deliver the letter to the High Richter or the Lawmaster. I prefer the High Richter in front of the Lawmaster, if we can get the two in the same room, so there's no escape. We see her anger infused, then they begin to create turmoil. Then we expose them both, have them dropped or arrested, leaving the vacant spot, and they're out.
Well, I just have one question. This Lord Sutan, Yeah, what should just keep the High Rector and the Lawmaster from just going and snatching him up and putting him in chains?
Wait, from who? And Dolan puts in. I'm sorry. Reiterate that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna forge this letter from Lord Sutan, right? Saying that there's an assassination attempt against the Richter. We go to the Richter's place, we tossle it, and then we deliver a letter from Sutan saying that there was an attempt on the Richter's life. So if I was the Richter and I went to the Lawmaster, I'd just go disappear Lord Sutan. Your Richter will stay in his seat, and you'll be short one lord, if I'm not mistaken.
Especially considering you said the Richter was already pretty corrupted. Seems like assassination attempts in reverse wouldn't be out of her bailiwick.
What do you suggest then?
Here's my question to Dolan. Why do you want, or Horace wants to be in the office?
No, Dolan is to be elevated.
Dolan is to be
Horace is
elevated.
kind of taking a back
Horace's
seat.
practice with Horace, if you don't mind me asking, what was your practice?
I was a physician.
As well.
We had a practice together. One of us had to take the fall, and I accepted it myself. Dolan couldn't. Dolan has too much at stake.
So, Dolan, what makes you think that you can beat the system that you would then be joining?
Well, the system's too big for us to deconstruct from the outside. At the very least, I could hope to improve it from the inside. I know the Lawmaster's a good woman. There are good people in there. But if we can root out the cancers, the tumors that threaten to make it what it is and what it could become, that's something. We have to try.
I'm not shy of a conscience. I'm afraid I would need to know a little bit more about this High Richter Hussein. Hopefully he's a terrible individual.
She. And yes. She has been responsible, and Ulog at this point kind of, you can see his fingers gritting into the table. She's the one who put my wife in that blasted prison.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I mean, I hate to say anything else without seeing something for ourselves, but you seem to have a good plan for getting rid of Sutan, but it seems you might need some further measures to get rid of this Richter as well.
We've been discussing that. If you have any suggestions, please.
Well, you could do a lot with a seal from a lord. A lot more than claiming an assassination attempt. Just throwing it out there.
Like?
Literally anything else.
Do you feel like the Empire is, or the Lawmaster is on to your group, your Knights of Requital? Do they know your name?
Yeah, you have already mentioned that some of your people were followed and eyed.
They don't, to my knowledge, know of the group. Just some of the individuals.
Which ones specifically?
Well, there's Themund, but he's left and has not gone with the meeting since he started to be followed. He was the one who delivered the letter to the High Richter. It was mainly just nothing directly related to our meetings, and more just the delivery of our intercepted letter.
I have a proposal for you. Are you 100% sure that they haven't heard of your name? Knights of Requital. And how attached are you to that name?
Not. It just kind of... It wasn't something we chose. It just kind of emerged from our meetings.
It seems to me if you ever want someone to stop looking for something, well, they'll just stop as soon as they know that thing is gone or dead. So how about we frame High Richter Prusin as the head of this Knights of Requital and let the law handle it the way they will. And we'll take care of Lord Sutan at the same time.
They all kind of look at each other and back. There's a little bit of a smile curls across Horace's face. He kind of nods. I think this is a pretty sound step in the right direction.
I hate to do away with a great name, but you
It's
work
an
with
okay
what you
name.
have. Yeah, I mean,
It's all
workshop
right.
it.
You can workshop it. There's always more names.
So then, do we leave evidence of correspondence in the home of the High Richter then?
Do you have any secret symbols or stamps or seals that you use for communication that we could plant in the house or the place of dwelling of the High Richter? A ring, piece of jewelry.
No, we've been very careful not to do that. But we could fabricate some.
There was also the notice on the King's
King's
Hall. Looking for y'all. I don't know if you knew that, by the way. But I imagine a notice in one of these people's houses might mean that they have concern of being found.
And if we frame this the right way, sure would do a lot for your ambitions to become that High Richter Dolan if you were the ones to turn in the evidence.
Could win twice.
Dolan pipes up. I'm worried about turning in evidence because there's nothing that could connect it to the spot. However, if we could plant evidence in the estate of the High Richter and convince the Lawmaster, and I believe if we speak to her, she would at least do an investigation, and they find this evidence in the home in the right place, that could be enough.
I think it would be.
Now, what's to say? Because the Lawmaster works under the High Richter, right?
The Lawmaster works above the High Richter.
Yeah,
Then, yeah.
this'll work.
Yeah.
You're up. As you look at like Ulog has like kind of pulled off the cork of what looks to be a small bottle of ale that has just kind of been sitting there for a while and kind of begins to drink.
Is her name Kara? Kara?
Cara. I think it's Cara.
Kara, I like the enthusiasm you had about your plan. What sort of skills could you bring to this equation? Are you stealthy, sneaky?
Honestly, more of a thinker.
Ulog, however, and she points to the dwarf again, who's finished drinking, goes, yeah, I used to run with some pretty shifty lot. Done a bit of burglary in my past.
I like that. Tell us about this myriad a little bit. What is it exactly that you guys are so nervous about with these people?
Oh, we're not nervous about the Myriad, other than the fact that the Myriad's a bunch of fuckheads that steal and slave and just push all sorts of unsavory business. They're kind of the mirror side of the bullshit the Empire does.
Right.
So for all that, we want to make sure that if we can connect any of them to the Myriad, and Lord Sultan is definitely connected, 2 birds, 1 stone. But then we have to plant evidence in 2.
That can be done.
Yeah.
We have other associates upstairs. We didn't want to encroach too much on your space. We'd like time to confer with them over the night and perhaps meet again midday tomorrow. We should find a new spot, though. Repetition is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, Dolan kind of sits back. It's a good point. Any recommendations?
We're actually quite new. Maybe you could provide one.
He thinks for a moment through his paperwork.
Just consult your paperwork.
Allow me to collect my additional notes.
Shut up.
Shut up.
How about the Song and Supper Inn?
Song and Supper Inn.
It's on the west side of the Innerstead Sprawl.
How far from here? How much time to travel? Not far.
Maybe about 40 minutes on foot.
Fair enough. Shall we call it just afternoon tomorrow?
Yeah. What name should we be looking for?
They all look at each other, and Carl leans forward and goes,
Let's say the Inquiry.
The Inquiry. It's got a nice ring to it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for trusting us. I believe we can make quite the impact with these movements.
Dolan kind of nods and smiles and looks to Horace, looks to the other two. Thank you. We've been needing more than just angry voices of half-enthused common folk. People of action are hard to find that seem to have a trusted heart.
I'll give you one piece of advice, Dolan, though. I would challenge you to think about this for the night and think real long and hard. If you're willing, jump into the ring. Some pretty high-ranking asshole gladiators. Should probably be willing to take a few licks. Shut up.
Oh,
Asshole gladiator.
taking a few
Great
licks.
Should have picked up a copy.
I was trying to go like a, make sure, before you jump in the ring with Muhammad Ali type of thing, but Muhammad Ali isn't here.
No, you gotta lick those assholes.
Yeah, lick those gladiator assholes.
Dolan's stare goes a little distant as he tries to fully comprehend the gravity of your statement before the slowly
Did you see
nodding.
Ford shift his weight?
Just, make sure you know what you're getting into.
I will.
Powerful
I will.
people.
I will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Powerful tricks. That's all.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you. I guess as we begin to put this together, what are your specialties?
Oh, I dabble a bit in the arcane. Nothing too impressive, but a little more than nothing.
Good. Good. Very well then. Tomorrow afternoon, the song and supper.
Would you like to exit first, or should we?
Ulag kind of leans forward a bit and goes, after you.
Much obliged. I head out.
Along with Ford.
Make a perception check.
17.
17. No strange behavior. There doesn't seem to be any business or activity towards the back or the alley. Nothing that catches your eye to be suspicious or encroaching upon the meeting below.
Everything's okay!
It's a lot louder than I thought it'd be. Thank you,
You
Nut.
can reply to this message!
Yeah. Thank you for keeping an eye out. Would you like to join us inside?
I can't
No. Would you like to join? Hello? Hello?
Yes! You can reply to this message!
All right, you all regather in the center of the Leaky Tap Tavern.
So you come from being touched by some sort of primordial chaos magic, something powerful, something strange, something creative and bizarre.
Whoa.
You've recently had everything turned upside down, lost,
I really have.
and have started a new path.
Yeah.
The path you're walking is not the one you're expecting, is not the one you're going to find. It's true. But you are walking towards some destiny,
Does it say which one?
just not the one that you're expecting.
This is weird.
I only did 3 cards.
These are really, really, really good.
Thank you.
I mean, that's a good fortune.
Hello, strangers!
You have a booger on the tip of your
Oh,
nose.
wow, look at that.
I'm just a traveling halfling.
Oh, I just told a random person they had the booger on the tip of their nose.
Yeah, I'm just a random person.
To be fair, you would tell a random person they have a booger on
You're a
the end of their
random
nose.
person with a really familiar voice, though. You need to talk to Ford and see if you can figure out how to sound different.
All right, all right.
Thanks for keeping an eye out.
How'd it go?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caleb,
You
impressions?
were down there a really long time.
What is the benefit for us?
Well, so my takeaway is that they want to unseat some of the corrupted seats of power here in the city.
Yeah.
If that's true, if there is an abuse of power, I'm all for removing those corrupted seats and putting people of worth in their place. but I also am not keen on taking the word of someone else without getting some evidence of our own.
I agree. Who knows, we can't be replacing someone corrupt with someone even worse.
Indeed.
We should follow one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything about this Dolan or this Horace's motives or their agenda.
We don't. And while we're following them, perhaps we should try and find out what we can about this. Lean in closer. Get closer. This High Richter Prucine.
Have the people downstairs already left?
At this point, you do see Ulag make his way up and just kind of take a different table at the far corner. And then slowly, over the next 15 or so minutes, the other three exit the building.
Want me to follow him?
Should we go now? Should we go?
Do it.
I'm going.
Well,
Wait, blessings.
Oh, thank you.
and I send Frumpkin after her.
I was going to say,
All
as
right.
long as we have Frumpkin.
Make a stealth check, please.
It's like a dry skin. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Thanks.
I couldn't see it.
Stealth roll. With advantage.
Stealth roll?
Yes.
Okay, not good. Worse. 18.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay. Which one are you following?
Uh,
There's the half
do I
elf
know
girl.
any of their
There's
names?
2 human men, and then there is the dwarf man.
We would have told you the two humans. Two humans.
Okay.
Are they traveling together?
There. Okay. All right. So you follow them for the next 20 or so minutes before they come to a modest home. Looks like in a little bit of disrepair, especially in the recent storm. Looks like part of the roof is kind of sinking inward a little bit. They enter, close and lock the door behind them. You kind of glance through the window and you watch as they kind of have a heated conversation back and forth. If you want to listen, to make perception check.
Sure. I am also watching, and I have a hand on both shoulders.
9.
9.
Oh,
It's
thank
going to be
you.
a thing forever.
Yeah, no, it should be every time.
Yeah.
Just let's just
Drag
get into
them
it.
around.
Yeah.
House
Come
rule.
on.
House rule. Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to hear. It's muffled. The wall's thick. It's not argument more than just a lot of passionate conversation back and forth. Some aggressive counterpoints to some sort of the conversation. Until eventually they both settle down with a bottle of wine, and you kind of glance through the window and you can see the one with the blonde hair is just sobbing into his arms at a table. And
This is a man?
yeah, they're both men, and the other one kind of has his arm around the other and just kind of consoles him. It's in looking inside, you can see there are a lot of books across the wall. It looks like there are some, and you recognize there's some alchemical vials or the things that similar type glass containers that can be utilized for that. Some dried roots and stuff that hung up on the wall. A lot of them appear to be medicinal in nature. But after about 20 minutes or so of watching this, nothing strange catches your eye more than it just seems like two people winding down after a stressful day.
Were any of those books of an arcane nature? Because I am also looking.
I mean, make a perception roll for Frumpkin.
Frumpkin, yeah. But I'm looking.
Basically
through
looks
Frumpkin.
like Pennywise, like a
very
teeny
bad,
Pennywise is
very
speaking
bad.
through their.
Yeah, just as a clown.
Oh my god, it does!
Just an 8, just an 8.
Yeah, it's too hard to see from the outside. You can barely tell there are books there. And the very, very low light there is on the inside, you can't make out any details.
Okay. It's a single level house.
Single level house.
Nothing
It looks like it might be
fancy
2
about it?
rooms. No, it's not quite like impoverished, but it's not.
Any papers, any weapons visible?
You do see what looks to be a heavy crook of some kind, or like a staff with a big, like kind of a heavy wooden knot at the end that can be used to defend oneself, or as a walking stick. You see what looks to be a shillelagh, if you will. You can see what looks to be a general short sword that is put on a belt that is hung on the wall, but nothing in there that appears to be like militarized or.
Okay. All right. I guess that's all I can glean from this. I'll knock on the door.
All right.
And then run away before they go out the door.
Okay. Immediately on the inside, you hear some rustling, and all the lights on the inside go out, and it goes dark. and you just run away.
Oh, interesting. They're scared.
Actually, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You learned a lot.
Yeah.
You learned something.
All right, I'll go back and report to my friends.
Okay.
And that's what I saw, Caleb. And the others of you who are not my friends, I'll also tell. Just kidding, guys. I love you.
You can drop that.
This is who I am now. Sure. I'm sure
Well,
it's
it lasts
run
for
out
an
by
hour.
now.
It's
Yeah,
probably run out by now. Yeah.
Probably.
You know what we also need? I want some eyes on this High Richter.
I agree.
We should find out where she lives and how she treats people. See if the stories are true.
Maybe tomorrow morning we can go spy on her house.
Yeah, maybe we could even split a team. Some people go spy on the house. Some people maybe go to the stockade, talk to the people she's locked up.
True. We might need to find out where she lives tonight, though.
I'm down for that.
I should have
Let's
asked,
go.
but I forgot.
Mission.
Well, is Ulog still sitting at the other table?
At this point, he's probably left.
Fuck.
Because it's been for an hour since he returned.
It's hard to find that out without seeming kind of suspicious, isn't it?
No, the High Richter is just an official.
No, but isn't it weird to go, where does the High Richter live?
Not if you have official business with the Richter.
Oh, okay.
At this hour?
It's very urgent business.
We could find out how the High Richter treats people by posing as people in need.
Exactly what I was going to suggest.
Interesting.
Let's disguise ourselves.
Well, we don't need to. Caleb
As
looked harmless.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not catch all of the meeting that you went to the other night. Are they paying anything? Are we doing this for altruistic reasons?
That is a very good question. I second that question.
I don't do anything for altruistic
I've
reasons.
never done anything for free in my entire
Has
life.
anything been discussed in advance? That's all I'm asking.
Well, if this plan gets pulled off and we help Dolan get in that seat of the High Richter, then we suddenly have friends in high places. And I love an owed favor.
Yeah, to answer Caleb's question, we kind of forgot to discuss that part.
You did.
Yeah.
I gather that, yeah.
We're new at this. We will address that tomorrow for sure before we proceed any further. You're right. There should be compensation.
Do you want the rest of us to go tomorrow, or do we still need to be lookout?
No, I think we should all go. They should get a look at us as a whole, see who they're dealing with, just in case there's any shady shit.
Should we look like ourselves or other people?
What would you like to look like?
I don't care.
It's at your discretion.
I'll decide on the day.
Anybody feel like finding out where this High Richter lives this evening?
Yeah.
Perhaps?
Yeah.
Well, let's do it. How do we do that?
I don't know.
Maybe we can ask the owner of here.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Start there. Why not?
Jester,
Yes.
Charmin, ask.
Okay, I'm going to go ask. I'm going to go ask Claudia.
All right. It is about 1:30 in the morning now.
Oh, it's already that way.
You guys met around midnight. So you can go. You can go try and wake up Claudia if you'd like.
Claudia's not awake.
Not at the moment, no.
What about that big white dragonborn? Maybe he knows.
Maybe the barkeep? Yeah, maybe the barkeep.
Wessick is there.
knows.
Wessick is just kind of sitting back. It's a very slow night. Yeah, so.
Hey, Wessick.
Hello, little blue girl. What can I do for you?
How's it going with you? It's really late.
It is very late. I'm sort of wondering what you're bothering me with this late. I'm curious.
Well, I just remembered that I was supposed to deliver a personal message to the High Richter, and I can't remember where they live. Do you know?
Sorry, I don't.
Do you know what area of town it would be in?
I couldn't tell you. Our rector's pretty, well, pretty high up there.
It's probably like the Tri-Spires or something.
It's most likely, or at least somewhere where it's official.
Yeah,
It's my
that
guess.
makes sense. Okay, that was a fun conversation. Goodbye.
Boy.
Is the pillow trove still open?
The Pillow Trove is in. Of course it's open.
Could try and ask there. Huh?
Yet again, would be a little tricky. You'd have to find the guards.
1 in the morning.
1 in the morning.
Yeah. Perhaps we should rest tonight and plan this little needy folk charade in the morning.
Okay.
We can always take the sewers into
I
the
know.
Tri-Spire.
That's what I was
We
thinking.
totally can.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said we totally can do that.
Totally.
Caleb, you mentioned you tried to get into the Tri-Spires and you had a disguise on in it.
I did not have a. Oh yeah, yeah. There are some sort of wards on the gates there. It's something I've done 100 times in small towns. I tried to disguise myself, and there was nothing there. They saw right through it, and they were dicks about it.
Do you think it was just in that passageway, or do you think it's the entire Tri-Spire area?
I feel like that would be a really big enchantment to put on the entire.
It is not the
but-
entire Tri-Spire because I
entire
cased.
Tri-Spire?
No, not because. Not. It is not. I cased the smut shop. I looked for arcane things there and did not work.
Oh.
But I was able to use my abilities, so.
And that'll be it. We use the sewers to get in, disguise ourselves, avoid detection, find out what we need to know.
Okay.
I can work with this plan.
Yeah.
All right.
I like it.
Shall we retire for the night?
Yes.
I'll head up to my room first, and I'll pull Molly up with me because I need to have a word with him.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Molly, listen. Yeah. I can't get over the fact that Knot was going through my stuff. I want to set a little bit of a trap.
Oh, you want to set some sort of trap or an example for
I
us?
just want to see if she's, learned her lesson or not.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to put an object in the middle of the room with our door open. We're going to hide out of sight. You game?
This seems a little unfair. Sure.
Great.
All right.
I'll use minor illusion to put in the middle of the room a bundle of buttons with a tall, shiny flask covered in jewels right in the middle of the room.
Alrighty.
Do we want to put down some ball bearings? I've got a good bag of them.
I mean, I guess so. Once she's in, we're going to shut the door. I just want to figure out what the fuck she's sneaking around for.
That'll do.
Okay.
Alright, so both you guys go and hide. Stealth check for both of you.
16.
11.
You have a passive perception of
12 or something? Right? Where is it? Where is
Probably
it?
13.
No, passive perception of
10.
was 10.
10.
Oh, really?
All right. All right. So as you all go to bed, what are you doing?
Sleeping.
All right. You guys go to sleep. You go to
Wait,
sleep?
I knock on Jester and Beauregard's door.
What is it that you want knocking on our door so late at night, Caleb?
You've been reading too much tonight. Too much tonight. No more Oscar for you.
Yeah.
What is it, Caleb?
I brought my tusk.
You are turning in?
Should I not?
No, you do by all means. But I've changed my mind. I feel guilty for just discarding the book that you purchased for me, and I was wondering if I could read it tonight, but only if you're going to bed.
Yeah. See what you can find.
Oh.
I haven't finished it. I haven't finished it.
You haven't finished it yet, but a little
Okay.
over halfway.
Okay.
I'm going to read it before bed. It'll take me about an hour. Good night.
I think he was bragging at you. Good night, Caleb.
I'll give it to him. It's fine. He needs a little self-confidence, a little encouragement. You know.
You go reading. Not what you doing?
I feel the urge to go sneak into
Bless you.
a room.
It's just an open door with a bunch of
It's not
buttons
even
and a
locked?
flask.
No.
Ooh, I'll just push it open and look inside. What do I see?
It's empty. It's dark, except for you see actually, make a. Let me check one thing on this, just to see how this works in this circumstance.
A lot of great shirts in the store.
Come on, Mike.
Great
Make
shirts.
an investigation check.
Our tarot cards are back
what
in
is this?
stock.
What is this roll? Why is
That is
a...
majorly cocked.
Okay, good. Ooh.
Oh, he should have taken the cocked.
7.
Couldn't even see what.
All right, and there you see a shining bag of what looks like glittering coin and what looks to be buttons, like spilling out of the top of this
Where would
small
this even
sash.
be? And a flask on top.
Yeah.
Why would this even be?
Do I see Ford's belongings over near his bed?
Yes, you do.
I'm going over there.
As soon as she comes in the door slams shut. Molly, get the window. Right.
I draw my hand crossbow.
Not.
Are you an imposter?
No. We are gonna have a talk. Don't try any funny business. Why are you trying to sneak through our stuff?
I would never do that to a friend.
Molly told me. Molly told me you were in here rifling through my stuff.
I was hungry. There's a definite explanation for this.
What were you looking for?
Seafood. You must have some on you. You're of the sea. I love shrimp, and I never get a chance to get any, so we're so landlocked in here. I love the taste of the sea.
Do I believe her?
You can go ahead and make a insight check.
Natural 20.
Oh, I was not looking for shrimp.
Not dear. Why don't you tell the nice man the truth? Devil's tongue.
Oh, what is that? What does that do? What is that?
Oh, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's why I brought you in.
Wisdom. 10.
No, I don't
You are
think that-
charmed by Molly.
What does that mean?
Meaning
charmed.
That means,
you're very friendly and amiable, and take his advice and suggestions like a very dear friend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably just tell him what you were really looking for.
I was looking for your letter to the Solstice Academy.
My letter? But not why?
I want it.
What for? That's fine. No one's in trouble.
I want to give it to Caleb.
Well, why? What would Caleb do with it?
What you would do with it. Study, learn magic, become more powerful.
But you wouldn't want me to have that sort of ability. You'd rather Caleb have it.
I don't know a lot about magic, but I know he has the potential to be very powerful.
You do?
And I need him to be.
Why not? Why do you need him to be powerful?
So he can save me.
I mean, we can help save you. That's what friends do. And any of us who get more powerful can help you.
Not. What do you need to be saved from?
So much. So much. But mainly, there's a lot of dangers in the world. And a lot of dangers for me. And especially the closer we get to the north, I think they don't like me up there. He can protect me.
I think we can all do that.
Absolutely.
No. No. You can't.
Well, not. I hope you'll learn to trust us and rely on us like you do Caleb. We may not be as powerful as he is or has the ability to become, but certainly we can help you. Are you worried about something or someone in particular finding you?
Maybe. Yes. There's a few people that I'm worried about. But no one specific where we're going. I just know that people are always trying to get me. And I just wish I need him to, I need his magic. I need his magic to be there for me when I need safety. I need him to live.
I understand. I'm sorry if we've upset you.
No, you're cool for some reason right now.
Yeah, we're all friends.
Not for some reason. I'm just cool in general, not. I'm just cool in general, not.
So cool.
That shit is amazing.
It's not gonna last. You do know that. It's not gonna last.
Just for now.
Well, enjoy it while you have it.
promise me that you will not go through my things anymore when I'm not around, that the items that I have belong to me?
Would you give me the letter? I could change your name on it to his name, and then he could use it to get into the school, and he could learn more powerful magic, and then...
You know,
then he could change me.
change you.
He could change this.
I understand. I know what it feels like to be ashamed or worried about what you look like. I do.
But you're pretty handsome, you know, for like a half monster thing. I think Jester likes you.
Think so?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't always look like this.
What?
I wasn't always a handsome half monster thing.
What did you used to be?
Well, a kid, just like anyone else.
Still a monster thing, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Just a less handsome one.
Yeah. Stumpy, short, big teeth.
Were you a fat kid?
A little bit. Just sort of misproportioned. Listen, if we get to the
pictures, or
if my MySpace is still up, you can see. Goes back a tick.
Did you ever have braces or
Nope.
anything?
No, I did my own dental work. Listen, if we get to the Soltris Academy and that letter doesn't do me any good, I promise you can have it, and we'll make sure Caleb has a shot.
And will you promise to keep Caleb alive?
Most definitely.
I'm going to try and keep both of you alive.
All right.
You look out for us. We'll look out for you.
Can I ask you one favor?
You cannot have my stuff.
All right. Never mind.
And remember, no. That next time you try and do this, and if that letter goes missing again, I can do this to you again. I give her just enough of a knock on the head to break the spell.
Okay. Okay, easy. Open the door. I open the door and I slowly open up, like trying to funnel a rat out of the room. Just like, here you go. Remember what we talked about.
Reach for the flask.
There you go. I stick my foot out right when she runs by.
Oh man, make an acrobatics check.
You should be fine.
Acrobatics check.
Yeah.
12.
12? That's enough. Yeah. As you're running through, you see the foot go out and you just kind of leap, tumble, roll, and make your way into the hallway and escape back to your chambers.
Oh.
Man, that was more than I thought.
That was very interesting. Oh.
What do you make of all that?
Oh, I don't know. People are strange. Anyone who looks like us, you know, you collect a few interesting enemies on the way.
Yeah.
Even at her age.
Are you praying over your swords tonight?
Of course, every night.
All right. Can I join you?
Sure.
Great.
Come on, I'm just putting up the thread. Come to bed. Come to bed.
Do you trust Ford and Molly?
No. No, I don't.
Me neither.
Alarm.
All right.
And then Oscar falls in love with her. And he carries her across a field and they love each other so much.
That's so great.
It's the most beautiful story, Bo.
Can we go to sleep now?
Yeah.
You guys.
The hard turn.
I'll eventually find yourselves to rest for the evening, awaking in the early morning. The chilled morning air comes through. The sky still mostly gray with patches of blue that poke through. No rain, it's still chilled. There's a bit of fog burning off by the time you awaken and look out your room's window. The morning is yours. What do you wish to do?
I go to Jester and Beauregard's room and
Oh,
say,
you're
"Good
back
morning,
again already.
good morning, sleepyheads. and I just leave the book leaning against the door.
Okay. Killed him one night. Damn.
Alrighty. The rest of you gather.
Yep. Downstairs.
You have your morning breakfast.
Did you find anything good in this? Anything
Did I
jump out
find
at you?
anything good in it?
More just reinforcing.
Yeah.
More of what
Everything
was
she
there.
read, I read, yeah.
A lot of it seems to. Because a lot of the information about Jorhaspian society is still largely unknown or uncatalogued. You get the sense the more you read and the more the perspectives of this assassin's life across the way, you're uncertain as to how accurate any of it is, but it talks of like a torturous society of bloodshed and beasts, kind of a oh my god, eyelash mat, that's great.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's the worst.
There we go. Okay, we're good. Talking of this terrible life of just endless wastes of carnivorous and cannibalistic creatures, and that the Crick Nation being this terrible place of perpetual inner turmoil, and vying for the next position of power over each that the assassin who falls in this relationship falls into it as a perspective of being saved, of being taken from this terrible place and brought into the good graces of this general, and brought into the comforting realm of the Empire. However, upon being discovered, ends up being captured, tried, and killed. And then the last part of the book deals with kind of the general going through his own grief in the process, but also understanding it never could be, and was probably for the best. You're kind of left with a unsatisfied kind of feeling at the end of it all.
Would you call it a blue balls feeling?
Okay.
You know, there was a lot more historical fiction in it than actual pornographic content. I was surprised.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't really ultimately matter, but I feel like that was kind of like a toxic relationship. You know, I didn't really feel like the assassin and Theo should have. I mean, he kind of led to her death, and that kind of sucks.
Feels like it's weighing on you. It's amazing what a good book can do. It gets its grip into you.
Are we a book club now?
No. Morning, not.
Yeah, morning.
What's wrong? Did you guys get into a fight?
Not is just upset because she was trying to do a little reading last night as well.
Did you get a book?
Not exactly.
Here, not. You can read this now.
Which is this one?
That's the Tusk Love.
All right.
All right, so we set on our plan. Sewers, make ourselves look like poor folk, make our way into the Tri-Spire.
Not poor folk, rich folk.
Oh wait, no, but we're seeking help of the rector.
It doesn't matter. We can't be poor folk in the Tri-Spire. We have to be rich folk that need help from the rector.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, because if we come out looking like rats, then out we will go.
Yeah.
Upper middle class, lower middle class.
Upper middle.
Very high middle, if not low upper.
And we're a family
Medium well.
that is down on our luck.
Upper middle.
Like
Because-
a warm pink center.
What's our cover story? What's the ruse here? We need help from the government because bandits have taken over our house.
Do we know what the Richters normally...
Yes, how about we have a trading company? How about some of our wares got stolen on the road on the way to Zadash by a group of bandits? Because
Ooh, we know things. Why don't we pose as like Trostenwald brewers or something? And our brew shipment got got stolen by someone, and we need help getting it back.
Do we know what the High Richters normally rule on or govern
I was going to
on?
ask if the two Empire kids know about that position.
You know that the High Richter is kind of the associate judge to the Lawmaster. The Lawmaster oversees very high-profile judgments, and then anything that falls kind of below anything that is, very high-profile.
Circuit judge.
Yeah, circuit judge is kind of what the High Richter is. And so,
Okay.
and things go through the High Richter first before they go to the Lawmaster. So they're kind of they gauge what is important enough for the Lawmaster and what remains in their circle, which is why you can see kind of the frustration with anything that they tried to bring forth that may have been incriminating to an ally of the High Richter
Well,
could be easily
I,
caught in that net and not brought upward.
I have this inventory sheet that I got from the bomb box. We could use this as claims that it got stolen.
Yes.
And hope for reimbursement.
Stolen by someone in the government?
Or stolen by the bomb box. I mean, if we do something that a family within the Tri-Spire needed representation, right? The law upheld, but
yeah.
the Richter turned an eye because a more powerful family was winning out. Then
Sure.
That
They
person's
never
a shit.
because this is like an invoice. It's like an order invoice that I have, right?
Could be proof.
Like the order ledger, or you mean the letter from?
No, the order ledger.
From the brewery that we took
That
in
I found
Session
in the
Zero.
box.
Right, you're not talking about the letter from Bombach from the
No,
gentleman,
there.
right?
But in that, I had
Yes.
an order
Yes, there is.
ledger.
Yes.
So we could claim that he never paid due, and we
right.
are looking for some sort of representation to try and get our money from
That's
the
right,
bomb
some
box.
justice from the bomb box.
Really good.
I don't understand any of that.
I have a forgery kit, you guys.
What are we forging?
I think he would, I don't know if he would hold sway, but if he doesn't pursue justice for someone of the Tri-Spire, that should tell us enough. The Bombox are very influential and powerful.
Yes, that's true.
We could change the name of the bomb box to something else.
We could be the bomb box.
What do you think, Molly?
I honestly don't understand any of this.
Where does it say on the ledger, like the company that it came from? Does it say like, from Dryers Supply and Co?
What accent was that?
Me.
Yeah.
Me being an asshole.
The Timolt Storehouse.
The Timolt Storehouse.
The Timolt Storehouse.
Doesn't Timolt make hardware? I don't know.
So we can be from the Timolts. The Timolts.
And the bomb box stole our stuff.
They never paid due on the order that we sent them.
Do we even know the
What
bomb box are
dicks?
here?
The bomb
They're in
box
Trust
are in
and Walls.
Trust and Walls,
No, I know,
they
but
suck.
why would we be claiming something here? We need to be claiming from a family that's here.
Well, hopefully.
No, Timolt is from here, right?
Timolt are in Zadash. Yeah.
They are in Zadash. Yeah, they
So if the
made
High-
a shipment.
If the High Richter doesn't say, you're right, this is injustice, let's take it to the lawmaster, then that Richter sucks.
Do they, or do they just?
He could just be a lazy. She could be a lazy ass, you know.
Regardless, it's just a story so we can get a beat on her,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Sure.
What if we say we're from the Timolt company, they never paid our invoice, and they stole our puppies?
Okay, that's
not bad.
Interesting.
That's not bad.
That's
Puppy crime.
That's some improv.
That's
Yeah,
how we
I'll be
would
told.
know that it
Yeah.
was a bad guy.
Sure.
Okay.
So they stole from our invoice and they took all our St. Bernard puppies.
Yes, and it was very sad.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure. What time is it?
It's mid-morning.
What time exactly of the day?
10:13 a.m.
It's sewer o'clock.
Caleb said.
Time for the sewers.
Is it early enough to where on my way there, I can pick up my custom coat?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Especially since it just rained, so the sewer will be really damp.
Oh, God.
We're
It's
not,
gonna
are
be
we trying to
fresh.
go through the sewer?
Yeah, we
Yes.
have to.
Okay.
To get all of us through.
To get all of us through.
Let's pick up your cloak and make
Do we
our
still have
way.
the writ, or is the writ gone?
Oh, the writ was
The
retrieved.
writ's-
All right, never mind.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But we can still find the back sewer entrance, have not popped the lock.
Yeah.
And we know how to go.
Why didn't we try to forge a writ? Damn it.
Who all can make disguises for themselves?
Oh.
Yeah?
I mean,
I can
with
figure it
my
out.
coat kind of
cover up
ish.
your face at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys make your way back to the same sewer entrance and where you originally embarked below. There are 2 Crown's Guard in the vicinity that are just kind of keeping watch at that intersection, just like there were last time. They haven't noticed your approach yet, but they are just keeping an eye.
Gonna have to distract him.
I could have one of them beat the shit out of the other one.
Oh.
Let's do that. I
Let's
cast
do
Crown
that.
of Madness on one of the on one of the guards.
Well, that's not going to go poorly.
Yes. So into this.
Okay.
Hopefully from an area that they don't see me casting it.
Make a stealth check.
Oh no.
Let's get the trickster. Advantage.
14.
Alrighty.
Advantage.
Oh, I have advantage?
Again, yeah.
9.
14.
All right. So as you hide off on the side, you focus on and concentrate on one of the two Crown's Guard. As the magic begins to slowly filter around the outside of the face, the brief little motes of shadow begin to be plucked from the space and gather around the outside of its head. Unknowingly, what's your spell DC? That's a 10. It's higher than 10, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
All right.
14.
So, all of a sudden, the guard kind of it's in place, and you watch as these motes kind of just fit just faintly around the outside, like this like floating kind of crown around the top of the head. And you force him to attack the other.
Kick his ass, sea bass.
The guard grabs his blade, runs forward. The other guard's like, "Hey, what? No, it's Jacob!" Brings it, pulls his shield up. What's going on? David, what the fuck are you doing?
Quick, go, come here. Get the lock on the sword thing. Let's go.
Oh, I'm doing something?
No, we don't have to. It's not locked.
What are we
is it
doing?
locked?
I thought it was locked.
Let's find out.
Well,
It's gonna make another save.
Dungeon Master.
It's a 2. It's still holding.
Well, come on.
All right.
Is it locked? Is it locked?
Everyone-
Is it locked?
Gate? What am I
The
doing?
gate is locked.
Okay.
Everyone's attention right now is directly on this. Is now one Crown's Guard is attacking the other.
What am I doing?
Roll.
Okay.
It's a +6.
7. No. 9.
9. It's not coming up. It's not opening. It's not opening. She attacks the other guard. She's out screaming like, "Get help! Get help!"
Break it!
No, it's 11. What's your spell DC?
14.
Yeah, he's still in it.
I'll try it. I'll try it
All
one more
right,
time.
make a strength check. Just add roll d20. Add your strength modifier.
17.
Ping! You actually break it with your bare hands. Everyone's now, there's now screams starting to happen. You guys start running one after another. Guard gets one more saving throw. 13. What's your
14.
14! Oh, shit. The other guard's now like they're wrestling him to the ground. He's trying to hold him on the ground. He's like, "What the fuck is that?" And you hear screams going off around now. This ruckus is just gathering in the center as people are starting to yell. You can see here in the distance other Crown's Guard like yelling and starting to gather in the middle of this chaos as you all get down in the sewer and pull it shut.
That was awesome! Yeah, my most fucked up thing. Yeah, we should go.
We're going to be quiet in the sewers because there are things down here.
Oh yeah, avoid all the rat bullets.
They were everywhere the last time.
So you hear all the ruckus up there and kind of echoing down inside, and other footsteps coming through, and you hear this one guy going, I am so sorry. I don't know what was happening. Oh, that hurts. Well, I don't know what's. And he's being like held to the ground now, and people are shouting, and oh man,
that guy's definitely arrested.
that guy's gonna have a bad day.
He might get demoted. A couple days pay.
Yeah.
It's going to be about 12 inches shorter.
So,
come on.
Go ahead and make self check, guys.
Yeah.
All of you guys make
You
self
still have
check.
the blessing. Does anybody else need the blessing?
Well,
We're all on self?
apparently he did.
10.
10.
10.
17.
22.
20.
22.
Okay. At a mass majority, you do slip around the same area where you had the original confrontation. You do see some more of those rats are kind of scattered about. But you manage to quickly dart by. In a few moments, you hear like a turn as they notice something, but they go in the direction as you've already moved past. And some of them shift in where you were, but no longer where you are. The blind rats are kind of going by the sound and being misled a bit. So you manage to maneuver around without any sort of immediate conflict. Eventually make your way back to where the webs were situated for the phase spider's little domain there at the edge. Still Tatter's untouched from where you left it. You head back to the rung, and there you look up and you can see the entranceway into the Tri-Spire district.
Did not think about what to do once we got to this part.
That's a good question.
Well,
we need to disguise ourselves.
Right, yeah.
And go up there and then find out where the rector lives and then pitch our really ill thought out plan to them.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. I cast disguise self, a very long black cloak with gold trim, like a nice trim goatee and slick back, jet black hair.
Okay.
Piercing blue eyes.
All right.
White, just a nice human looking man.
Great.
gonna take the brown side of my newly purchased reversible coat, take out my brewer's kit that I have, and kind of take a few of the leg bottles, kind of fashion them to my waist a little bit.
Alrighty.
Disguise self, same exact thing as Ford, except longer hair, shorter mustache.
Perfect.
Gold trim?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Everything. Shorter, but female.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little outline.
You're kind of like the pallbearer to the Undertaker of Ford.
Great analogy.
Thank you.
Oh, we went there.
Yeah, no, we did. Anybody else making any effort? Or are you just doing your thing?
Oh, I'm gonna cast Disguise Self, and I'm going to be a tan, short, elven woman in a like royal blue lace dress, very similar to the one that the lady was wearing with the cutout.
Okay. Alrighty.
And like soft, medium hair pulled back in like waves.
Alright.
I'm just going to put the hood up and stay in the back.
Okay.
I make myself look like the male version of the elven woman that Jester did in similar colored clothing.
Perfect. This is great.
Yeah. Fated to do well.
This is all right.
We're a normal family.
All right. So, when you climb up to the top, did you leave it locked? Did you lock it behind you as you?
I don't know. You told me.
No, we didn't. I don't think we
think you left it unlocked,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't have been a huge issue. You're not in danger. So we'll say you left it unlocked because you intended possibly to use it again in the future. You head back, kind of push the two pipes open, and you all climb back into the alleyway, and you are now in the Tri-Spire district.
Awesome.
We're in.
Okay, let's ask around, find out where this Richter lives.
All right, so walking around the city, you see a few Crown's Guard wandering the streets. They kind of occasionally put a glance to not recognize you wandering, but don't seem to pay immediate attention. You do see one gentleman in his kind of early 60s or so who's wearing this like nice frilled shirt with these like heavy brass buttons down the front with this kind of pot belly. It's tucked in with a belt. And these breeches that kind of just go past the knee before his boots hit, and he's just kind of walking in the street, kind of strutting a bit, looking out. He's the first person you see that crosses your path that looks like they probably know the vicinity.
Want me to go talk to him?
Hello, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm sorry to bother you. We have business with the High Richter. Is there a chance that you could point us in his direction? Her direction?
There is the High Richter's estate. I do not know if she is home. She may be at the King's Hall, but
I really don't care. We're just delivering a parcel.
Very well. Well, let's see. Diana's estate is right around that way.
And he points. You see, he has this like kind of thin white John Waters mustache across the top that like turns into this light goatee right at the tip of the chin. As he points over, you can see. It's right on the right outskirts of the Gilded Willows. That one. And he points again.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time.
No, it's my pleasure.
And he continues walking on his way.
Well, I walk like him.
Alrighty.
Your mustache is much nicer.
So,
Thank you, honey.
Let's, do you know what a mime is? Let's just mime this mission.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, there's a fierce wind. I've got to fight against. Oh no! Oh, I'm in a box.
Caleb,
Oh no!
Caleb, can
My
you
box is
explain?
getting smaller. Oh no! Don't worry, I'll climb out.
Not.
boy.
Do you know what Ford is implying is, I can make myself look like
I'm not an
anything.
idiot.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Approaching the homestead that was pointed out by that gentleman earlier, you see the homestead is surrounded by a 7-foot-tall stone and mortar wall that it tightly crowds the perimeter. There's only maybe like a 3-foot space between the wall and the actual home. But you see the entire home. It's 2-story. It's painted in kind of a forest green color on the outside of the wooden stone built structure. you can see there is a front archway to the door that goes through beyond the wall. There is a small gate, and then beyond that, there is the front door to the estate, where there appears to be a stationed Crown's Guard.
Well,
Looks really well fortified.
We're just gonna walk up and
time
ask
to ask for an audience, yeah. Maybe if we say we were sent by the Lawmaster for the High Richter to make a ruling.
Should we leave anyone out to just be ready to help if anything goes wrong?
It's good instinct. What do you think?
I don't know. Caleb, what do you think?
Well, you're always good to have hidden away in case something goes squirrely. So definitely you. Maybe me as well.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Gesture, I'd like you to come.
I want to come. I want to come.
Nice. Molly, what do you want to do?
I think I am a very reasonable personal assistant to anyone who's trying to make a deal.
Indeed. What would your name be in this situation?
Do we have to have names?
I'm just trying to think ahead.
Well, fine. Erickson.
Lovely.
Lawrence is great. Worked for me before.
Lawrence.
Actually, no. Let's do something else, considering I already used Lawrence
It's just a
once.
fucking name, just anything. Just... Sorry.
You need a drink.
How about
Yes, I do. I had a terrible night last night.
No.
how about Marge?
Francis.
Francis.
This is a good name, yeah.
Francis Titmoltz.
Okay,
Wait,
that's great.
Timmelt. Timmelt, not Titmoltz.
That's much better.
You staying out here with not Caleb, or are you gonna come in? If we make it in.
If you make it in, oh. No, I'm going to stay with Not. We'll be back up. You're a good talker. We don't need two good talkers.
What about the cat?
Yeah. Oh,
Cat, how will we know what's going on inside?
They don't like cats here in the Tri-Spire.
I think that we are just we're what we're saying is we're hidden away in case things go bad with the Crown Guard. But after that, then they're on their own.
Oh.
I think.
That's right.
Oh.
All right,
Wish us luck.
let's go.
I'll walk up to one of the two Crown's Guard outside the door.
I feel behind him.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Looks super official.
All right.
Be careful, Twinny.
There is actually only one Crown's Guard at the front door. And is behind the gate. And so as you approach, arms crossed, just kind of like.
Yes, please, look lively. Unfortunately, we've been sent here from the Lawmaster. We have some very urgent business with High Richter Procyon. Please, if you wouldn't mind, would you fetch her?
Make a deception check.
This one's kind of shit. Natural 20.
How'd you fix that? The guard goes, "Oh, I just a second." And goes and opens the door and leans inside. High Richter, you have guests out front. And the voice goes like, "Tell them to wait a moment."
I like her already.
A moment passes or
Already.
so. The Crown's Guard steps out of the way, and you see emerge from the doorway an older female half-elf with dark red-purple hair that is kind of short on the sides and then brushed to one side to almost like a point. Has like a gaunt, angular appearance, and is in the process of putting on ceremonial gold and white armor, similar to what you had seen the Herald of the Hall, but a more elaborate design and take. Is in the process of buckling together a bracer, and walks out and goes, "All right, now who's here for the time with me?"
Oh, hi, Richter. It's so lovely to see you again. I know it's been quite a while.
I have no idea who you are.
Brantley, we met, it must have been years ago now. You remember the gala.
I think it was a fundraiser
Yes.
last time you were up for election.
Make a deception check.
Yeah! 14 plus 4. 18.
18.
Yes, of course, I recall. It's been some time. What brings you to the front of my homestead? In the middle of the day, I'm on my way to the hall.
I understand. A bit of terrible business, actually. Our family has been, unfortunately, at the poor end of some corporate espionage, and I'm afraid the Bombucks. Isn't that who they are in Trostenwald?
Especially that Dimidon.
He's just a wretched fellow. They've made off with quite a bit of our product, and we have some evidence against them.
Yes.
We tried to take this to the Lawmaster, of course. We didn't want to trouble you, but
Oh, she directed us here. We thought, well, Diana is just so sweet. She would, of course, help us out.
absolutely.
Here is the invoice from the amount due that they have not paid from the Tumult Storehouse.
Yes, and I'm sure justice will be swift, but unfortunately, much of our family's finances are wrapped up in these.
And they took our puppies.
I would like both of you to make deception checks, please.
Caleb is just turning the diamond over and over in his hand like a fidget spinner watching all of this.
Wasted the diamond, right?
What should I roll? What should I roll? I
You
don't
get some sort of
Give me
bonus
something
there.
good. That's not too bad. 15.
6. She goes, puppies, I'm sure. Well, Bombok, as you know, is outside of the Zadash jurisdiction. That is Trostenwald territory. I'm afraid that is not something I would nor could handle if I wanted to. If you wish to bring them to justice, either present your evidence to the Lawmaster of Trostenwald or bring Bombok to me. Otherwise, I have no interest.
I'm sure you can understand our situation. We have already done that exact thing. We wouldn't waste your time with such rudimentary worries. But
Then why are you wasting my time
well,
right
frankly,
now?
the Lawmaster in Trostenwald seemed to show you very little respect when we mentioned your name, and being that our family's so influential around here, and we're going to be tossed to the wayside if justice isn't found. Surely you understand that.
And of course, we would happily pay you for any type of additional services you might be able to help us out with.
Am I... Step inside. The Crown's Guard steps inside and closes the door behind. Am I to understand that you've come out here in broad daylight to my estate in an attempt to bribe the High Richter of Zadash?
Was that what you said?
Well, I don't think those were my words
no, I
at
don't
all.
think so at all. It was merely a few pennies for your time.
It's open to interpret.
Yes, of course. I mean, certainly, if you just feel like doing justice as its own. I mean, I always like to see people taken care of that take care of us.
So long as it's not a bribe. Favors we can do.
Of course.
I'll see what's possible. I'll ask around. I'll take these documents, if you don't mind. See what can be mustered.
And of course, we are always willing to repay in favors.
Of course, there are all sides and all types of favors that can be helpful to the Crown and those below.
Also, what do you think of puppies?
I think they're droll and must be fed to the larger kin. So, are we done here?
Yes, I believe we are. Thank you for your time. You've
Well,
been most gracious.
well,
I'm
he-
certain it has been.
Wraps it up. Can I do a quick glance kind of over her table, over her desk, see if I see any type of papers?
Well, this isn't the front door step.
Oh, I thought she pulled us inside.
No, she
I'm
pulled
sorry.
the Crown's Guard.
But since we're inside of that 7-foot wall, windows, doors, security measures, how many floors?
There from the immediate front position, there's the door itself beyond the archway. There appears to be 2 small windows to each side of it, though they are currently closed, and it looks to be they're bisected with wooden beams between.
Shuttered? Like wooden shuttered closed?
They are shuttered, from the inside.
From the inside.
Yeah, so it can be open from the inside to bring in light, but they're currently closed. The second floor above, you do see one balcony. It's a bit receded, and there's a balcony that kind of looks out over it all, with what appears to be a second set of doors, but that is currently closed.
Okay.
While we're bowing on our way out, I'm going to drop my water skin and spill it.
Okay.
Erickson!
I'm so sorry, my lord.
Every time!
As I'm cleaning up, I'm going to make eye contact, just briefly.
Okay.
What do I see? was just curious what the reaction to this ridiculous creature is spilling shit all over her front lawn. That's all.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
So, I follow you now.
Yeah.
There is an immediate kind of a bit of a scowl and like this.
And I would also ask nicely if you'll stop bringing these demon bloods onto my estate to be ruining.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for this whole time.
Like the puppy thing wasn't enough. I make it back.
It's good enough. Yeah.
I mean, they're kicking cats in this bitch, so it's not that far.
Okay.
1,000 apologies, my lord. I'll take your sister and make sure she gets her medicine.
Please, you embarrass me.
I look like. How dare you?
Please be sure she's beaten as you lead her away. I apologize for his fuddy-duddiness.
It's hard to find good help these days.
Thank you for your time. Good day.
She just turns around with wordlessly and goes inside and slams the door.
Go. It's easy ways to find out if people are terrible or not.
That was good.
Well,
we walk a fair distance away from the crowd's guard, and we see Caleb and Pallbearer.
Did they? Oh, hi, honey.
Like a small Morticia Adams.
The mustache.
So we've got it buttoned down. She's
Mustache
evil
Adams.
then, yeah?
Yes.
Did she offer to kill a bunch of innocents or anything?
Well,
like,
I mean, she said that dogs should be fed to the larger ones, and
And
that.
she said the tieflings were
Yeah.
terrible.
okay, devil's advocate here. I really don't like dogs either.
Puppies, not puppies.
Yeah, they make great food.
No.
When you're out in the woods and that's all that you have to eat, they have very tender meat. And to be fair, Molly Mark is a little bit of. I mean, I wouldn't trust him either.
Right, but just imagine if
to trust.
Just imagine if she had gotten her eyes on you. I mean, don't know what she would have
Well,
done.
that would make her the same as 95% of the people in this city.
Right, but that means she's got to die.
We were not going to bring this woman's life down in a shambles because she is an asshole. I mean, we are assholes. Yeah? For different reasons.
We're assholes without power, though.
Okay. And?
I don't know. It's less dangerous. I don't know.
As you guys are having this conversation, you notice that they're, because the streets themselves have like long silken streamers that are affixed from light pole to light pole, just as part of the decoration along the streets. But you see additional decorations being put up. You see bunches of flowers being affixed to the top of these poles. You can see more streamers of multiple colors being placed around a center courtyard, kind of one of the mid areas of the Gilded Terrace.
This be some sort of harvest theme that everything's going
Or
on.
the
Harvest Fest.
Is that Harvest Fest? Remember, there's like another tournament and stuff that we can enter into.
Yeah,
that
the
was
Silken
coming up
Head,
in
sorry.
2 weeks.
Is it just the Tri-Star, or is it everywhere?
It looks like right now it's just being put around. Sorry, the Gilded Willows, which is a little ways further away from the estate as you're kind of heading back. You can see decorations going up, tables being set. It looks to be like a small platform being risen. It looks like there's some sort of event coming up fairly soon.
I'm perfectly content making snap judgments of people. I've been doing it all my life, and it's very rarely steered me wrong. And in another time, in another place, I'd be more than happy to run something.
Okay, so let me go over this then. So we have no form of payment of any kind planned in advance. We don't know if this woman has done anything besides being a snide puppy hater.
She takes bribes. She's a corrupt politician.
We offered her a bribe.
I have personally bribed people. I don't know that I would. Listen, I do not like the government. I do not like I say this quietly. I do not like the empire, but we're really sticking our neck out with very dangerous people, and I don't think we have much to go on. I don't think we know how we're going to be receiving recompense for this.
There's going to have to be some coin involved.
Certainly. And your fears are founded. If there's not enough pay, then obviously it's not worth the risk. But I have to say that even after meeting them for the second time, I feel like these people they're good folks. I think they just want to see their city bettered. And honestly, that Dolan fella, I think, would do better in a seat of power than this current wench.
Well, I'm willing to discuss our continued involvement once the payment is figured out.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, look, people in power tend to get corrupt. They don't start corrupt. In my opinion, it doesn't matter who's sitting there. As long as we pay from it, who cares?
And there's still many things to figure out. We have to look after this Lord Sutan, but first we should see to that afternoon meeting about the coin. We should address that straight out.
I guess we have to leave the Tri-Spire then.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're meeting them at the Song and Supper Inn.
What time?
Just afternoon.
Just afternoon? You didn't get an hour?
I was not specific.
We don't have watches.
It's just afternoon.
Yeah. Don't make me say it.
Thank you.
It's on all our minds.
Try not to.
Unspoken.
Yeah.
This place is giving me a rash.
Yeah. I guess let's head there. Meet up with these guys.
Okay.
It's probably about that time, yeah?
Yep. All right. So you guys make your way, reversing your steps outside of the Tri-Spire, making your way towards the western side of the Interstead Sprawl to the Song and Supper Inn, which is...
Before we leave, are there any benches around just sitting?
there are a few, yeah.
Can I leave one
White,
of
white
the
painted wood.
benches?
Oh.
I want to leave one of the pamphlets for the traveler sitting on the bench.
Okay. Nice. You sneakily kind of slip it into a small gap so it's visible but not liable to be blown away. Perfect. All right, so
-1.
as you guys make your way to the interior of the inn, it is lively. It is the loudest musically tavern you've seen, and you get the sense both by title and by the interior that this is essentially a perpetual open mic night for any musicians or bards that want to come and try out their craft. It looks like there are 3 different bands that are cycling through on the main kind of raised dais to perform, and the atmosphere is lively, and folks come here for that. It's a poor tavern comparatively. The interior looks like a lot of the paint is kind of chipped and run or crinkled. The smell inside is not the best, but it seems to serve basic food, basic drinks, and at least an atmosphere of music and fun. Some folks sing along and, jump into a shanty or two. And as you come in, you can see both Ulag and Dolan are currently sitting at a table across from each other. As they notice you guys approach, they kind of raise a drink, and you can see the rest of the table they have already ready for you guys to come and sit.
We've dropped our disguises if they recognize us.
Yeah. It's like 45 minutes to walk.
Yeah.
So your spells would have run out by now.
And before we walk into the place, I turn my coat inside out.
Okay.
Back to the blue.
Yeah.
Back to the blue.
Are there any guards in the tavern? Anybody?
Not in the tavern, no. There was one outside, but patrolling the streets, and everything is super heavily guarded in smaller areas like this.
Does
It
it
looks
look
like.
like anybody's looking at anybody else in the tavern?
Make a
Did
perception
these
check.
come in?
Nice.
Ooh. 22.
22. I mean, no more than anyone looks at you as you enter a room, being a blue-skinned tiefling. But you don't get the sense of anyone around there is just casing you the entire time that you're in there.
And it doesn't look like anyone followed us in.
You don't notice anybody following you in, no.
Okay.
You see a Dolan and Ulag are there waiting at the table as you come and join with them. Does everybody sit with them?
I'm going to sit at another table.
Okay.
And listen in.
Ford and I will go over.
And order.
The rest of you are welcome.
I'll go sit down.
But
at
you
the table
met
with
with
you
them
guys.
before, right?
Yeah.
So you could go over.
I could, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go join them.
Really? Well,
Well, it has to happen eventually.
yeah.
All right.
Molly, just keep an eye on the room.
You go with them at the table, so it's you.
Yeah.
All right. Dolan kind of gives you a look, and this is one of your associates.
Is that a problem?
No, I just want to ask your name.
Tanya Fancy Bottom. Nice to meet you.
Tanya, pleasure. I'm Dolan, Dolan Thryme. This is Ulag. Just there, kind of like, hey. They both take a very long minute, just kind of look over you.
Hey, friend.
Sorry, I'm just being careful.
Yeah, we're pretty ragtag, but they are both very good at what they do.
I'm blue.
I can see that.
People like her make you uncomfortable.
No.
Sure. What about people like him? People like him make you uncomfortable.
I mean, only in the sense that they're fresh faces.
All right, just checking.
I'm giving it clear.
Ulag kind of leans in and is like, I've watched them a bit. They're all friends. It's fine. Doran kind of goes, all right. So.
Look for that motherfucker more often.
I know, he's fucking
Watch
everywhere.
us.
He's been following us a lot. He said he was shifty, a little criminal.
Doran goes, all right, so we've been looking for an opening. We've been trying to find out, and we thought it was tonight, but they've pushed it back a day. There is a pre-harvest gala happening in the Tri-Spire tomorrow night. We figure this distraction would be enough to do any of the quiet infiltrations that we're attempting to accomplish. Should you still be interested in coming with us? I know there was hesitation, and I don't want anyone to be coming into this that doesn't feel comfortable. And to be honest, we want to feel comfortable as well, to know that we're going into bed with the right people. Are there any concerns, any questions, worries?
Sure, we did some casing of the High Richter ourselves. She's not the most savory type, but I believe some of my associates have a question of, well, unsavory topic of payment.
Right, I assumed that was probably going to be a thing. Me and Horace pitched in together, and we don't have much, but this is too important to not. Me and Horace put together about 115 gold between the two of us, and puts like a small thing on the table, just kind of showing it. He's not putting it out in the open because he doesn't want to be like, hey, look at all this money on the table. But he's like, we have some. Kara put in 53 gold of her own. Ulag leans in and goes, 513 gold, 21 silver, 302 copper.
Total?
It's my life savings.
Oh.
I want to see these fuckers burn.
Wait, he's 500 from his personal stash?
Just under 700
Inside check on that statement.
Make an inside check.
Balls, total balls.
Total balls?
Yes, total balls.
Hard to read.
It's about the same as the
That's the...
It's a pretty good payday.
Hilltop
Extermination.
Hill, fucking, yep, the King's Hall job.
Caleb, this job doesn't involve monsters. That's pretty good.
Literally no. Figuratively, yes. The biggest and the baddest, potentially.
Would we be all going to this gala together?
We wouldn't be going to the gala. We would be...
Breaking in.
During the gala.
Oh, so no party.
Party after.
Party after.
Party after.
Would anyone of your group like to be joining us? Kara or Ulag, yourself?
Ulag kind of still leaning forward goes, I'd like to. I have the most at stake here, monetarily. I've got skills I think will synergize well with the ones you bring to the table. I'll be coming with you.
I tend to believe him just because we haven't seen him.
It's pretty stealthy.
Dolan was like, Kara, her skills are more in a personal level, not so much infiltration, and I'm just me, so I don't think I'd be much of help.
I take a silver and a...
Actually, yes. Not many. We have a few left over. Horace should have a few more.
Just in case we get hurt or something.
I hope that isn't the case, but just in case. All right, I'll have those sent.
I'll send them along with Ulag for you.
Thank you.
Of course, of course.
Did you happen to draft up any of those Knights of Requital documents I asked for? Symbols?
Oh, yes. And he pulls out a small piece of parchment and kind of discreetly hands it to you under the table. You feel it kind of tap your knee. And as you look inside, it's a symbol that looks like an R, but part of the R extends beyond to produce a K almost. And it looks
Cool.
like a sigil or a seal that utilizes the title in it. Yeah,
it's actually nice work.
That is really
Yeah.
that's good.
I hate to burn it
You
down.
got like a. You
Future
can
and-
do this in graphic
Future.
design.
You procured these for us?
Well,
Created them for us.
That's impressive.
I haven't used my art degree. You know.
Wow. You got there overdrawn now.
Then I have to ask you, because if we're all going in on this, I have to be absolutely sure. Are you coming with us on this? You can back out. There's no shame in that.
Give
but
us
we're
a-
not going to go in this without your help as well. That would be foolish.
A moment for us to confer, if you don't mind.
Of course.
We would like to discuss.
Yeah. Stands up for a second, says, Ulag, drink? Sure. They both get up from the table and walk over to the bar to get another round.
I watch you look.
I can prod one of them the way I did with Knot last night. If you like. Make sure we're not walking into anything we don't want to be.
I don't get that impression, do you?
No, I do not. But.
Yeah. Maybe not just yet.
That's fine.
I like the offer, though.
Yeah, if anything, I feel bad. Feels like they're investing a lot of money on this play.
Well, they'll get their return back if he's High Richter afterwards, though.
If he's High Richter.
Well, and if he's not, then, well, they don't have to pay because we obviously failed.
We're just being paid to empty the seat, not to put him in it.
Correct. It would just be super unfortunate to see someone else slide in there other than him, but like you said, not our problem.
Not, Caleb? No, you had reservations.
It's a good payday.
I want to walk away very fast if this goes wrong.
Sure.
My hackles are up. I does not feel as sure a bet as other things that we have done together. But okay.
If Caleb's in, I'm in.
Well, we'll see what kind of plan we can come up with. We have a
Yasha?
day. You hear thunder.
I respect the squirrely, but if you really feel like this is turning, then we'll turn.
But there's money involved, so, you know, there is incentive.
We have a little bit of time. We can still do a little bit of casing, maybe go talk to the gentleman and see what he has to offer in between.
We have a day, right?
Yeah. Right, a day, like a day and a night?
Yeah. You have the rest of the day, and then the evening, and then tomorrow night is apparently the pre-harvest gala in the Trispire, where this is
Might we
supposed
strike? Jester, how do you feel?
I think it sounds fun. Sure, why not?
Oh, okay.
Should we order up some puppies to celebrate?
Oh, no, they're just
kidding.
going to turn into dogs.
I've never eaten a dog. I feel like I would feel really weird about it.
Me neither.
You can call him back over.
So you go and Ulag, they're having the drink at the bar. They walk and sit down. So, can we count on you?
100%.
The fancy bottom name is one you can trust.
You see Ulag and Dolan like share a look and nod. A smile comes across Dolan's face. Thank you. You won't regret it. All right. I suppose prepare whatever you'll need. We'll meet back in the cellar of the Leaky Tap tomorrow at sundown, and we'll take it from there. You can sense kind of this excited kind of nervousness to his voice that wasn't there before as he smiles.
Do you have a good way to get into the Trispire?
We have a few ideas.
Okay.
All right. To tomorrow then.
To tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
He gets up and finishes his drink and kind of like buttons the top button of his shirt. Bless you.
Sorry.
And then makes his way out. Ulag kind of sits up, goes and takes what swills at the bottom of Dolan's drink and finishes it, then finishes his drink, pops it down. To tomorrow. And he gets up and leaves.
Has anyone been watching us?
Perception check.
He's hard to read.
That's an 8.
Level 3, motherfucker.
You don't notice anybody paying attention.
I feel like I would have been looking too because I was watching for people at the beginning of the night, but
Yeah. The only thing you notice is on the way out, Dolan, as he heads to the door, you see Kara, the half elf, was kind of just waiting at the door, and as soon as he kind of comes over, she goes, so, and they both exit into the main thoroughfare.
I actually like what Molly said. I feel like tomorrow night, before we go, you should do your thing on Ulag.
I also have a spell that can make people tell the truth.
That would work great.
Yeah.
And I think they'd understand too. If we did it too early, I think they'd cause suspicion.
Sure.
After all, we're only trying to make sure this isn't a trap set for us.
Which is possible.
Make you feel better if we had the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely.
What do we do this evening to prepare?
Get drunk?
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of like checking out Lord Sutan.
Okay.
We gotta go back to the Tri-Spire. Which we
or
can
no,
do.
we can just go to the hall. The Hall of Justice.
Meanwhile, at the Zoltress Academy.
The King's Hall?
The King's Hall.
Is that where Lord
King's Hall
is?
No.
You don't know much about Lord Sutan.
Yeah.
You haven't heard his name referenced at all with any of the.
They just left and we
government.
forgot to ask where the fuck he is.
Shit.
Can we run out after?
Wait.
Make a perception check.
Oh god.
Get him.
Oh, 15.
Get him.
15. You glance through the crowd there, and you can just make out in the distance the back of Ulag is just walking down the street, about to turn.
One sec.
As you catch it, like glance over his shoulder at the sound of the running, it was like,
What? Sorry, you dropped this money. Where do we find Lord Sutan?
Don't fucking know. His estate, and he's over, and he's not that far from where the gala is
Just take it
happening.
and say thank you. Okay, don't worry about it. They don't know.
But the Tri-Spire.
Yeah.
With the Tri-Spire.
Yeah.
He knows where he lives. That's it.
They know where he lives.
In the
It's
Tri-Spire.
another
the
dance through
Tri-Spire.
the sewer if we want to do that tonight, which we could do.
Yeah.
We could.
Maybe that guard got his job back.
He respawned.
I think that ship has sailed for.
I'm sure he's fine.
Okay. Well, at dawn we plan.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to we got to figure out where Lord Sutan's estate is, get a wax seal or writing, forge his hand.
We're gonna do all that during the gala.
Yeah,
That's
that's
all.
the
That's
main.
what it is.
Supposedly in one
That's-
night.
Yeah, we're talking
One
That's
day.
what the
Deal.
purpose of it is.
Fair enough, yeah. At dawn we plan.
At dawn we plan.
At dawn we plan. And that's what we'll pick up next week. Building up to.
So much build up.
I know.
That's how we do
D&D, motherfucker. All right, so we'll see where this takes you guys next week during
think we're gonna
pre-harvest
have to-
gala.
We're gonna have to reignite our planning thread.
Yep.
Yeah. It's time.
man,
It's
that's
time.
been a
It's
while.
time
Come
to
up with one?
reignite. Yeah, dust the cobwebs off
Actually,
of it.
come up with one.
Yeah.
No need.
Oh man. We're gonna go full Ocean's 9, you guys.
There we go. We got Pumat's soul back,
Yeah.
man. We need Pumat every once in a while.
Yeah.
You brought back Pumat. You bought D&D Smut.
That's right.
It's a lot of.
Bear claws.
Oh, there you go. Bought some bear claws.
Yeah.
I got a nifty necklace.
You did.
It does cool things on D&D. When I put it on my character, it did really cool things. It's got a little picture.
Oh, that's cool.
On D&D Beyond.
That's
nice.
pretty rad. Awesome. Well, we'll pick up for the ensuing tension next week on Thursday. This weekend, we'll see you guys who are planning to come down to WonderCon for our panel, 11:30 in the morning on Sunday. Hopefully, see you guys there. Until then, have a wonderful night. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.